Chapter 142. No, it can't be. How could he possibly produce 5,000,000 silver? Xiao He's expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the stack of silver in Yi Luan's hand. He was unwilling to believe that all this was real. Now he realized that he had fallen into the violet-clothed youth's trap. But in the depths of his heart, he was still unwilling to believe that this youth was a grade 9 alchemist. Of course, he was even more unwilling. Only he himself knew how much effort he had put in to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. He was unwilling to believe that there was someone in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that had a natural talent in alchemy that surpassed him. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He naturally noticed Xiao He's expression, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity in his heart. Today, if it wasn't for Xiao He looking for trouble, he would have already accepted an assignment and gone to earn money. When completing an assignment of the Alchemist Guild, one could choose between a reward of points or a reward of gold and silver. Duan Lingtian had come here precisely to accept an assignment and earn money. As for the Alchemist Guild points, when he was still in Aurora City, he'd swindled 5,000 points from Sumo, and it was temporarily enough. Since Xiao He took the initiative to look for trouble, then he would have to pay the price. 5,000,000 silver was the price that Xiao He had to pay. Actually, even Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would actually encounter such a pleasant surprise after coming to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. It had completely exceeded his expectations. 5,000,000 silver was obtained without the slightest effort. He wished for nothing more than to encounter such a good thing a few more times. When he saw the gazes of everyone present descending onto him, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he raised his hand with his palm facing up. Hiss! A strand of milky white pale fire instantly emerged from Duan Lingtian's hand and slowly flickered. Silence. At this moment, the entire Alchemist Guild's hall was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes descended onto the pale fire in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Grade 9 pale fire. If it was only a grade 9 pale fire, it wouldn't be enough to shock them. However, a grade 9 pale fire appearing in the hands of an 18-year-old youth was sufficient to cause them to be shocked to the point of being unable to sleep for a few days. An 18-year-old 9th grade alchemist. What kind of monster was this? Yi Luan was the first to react. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Duan Lingtian. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He never imagined that such an outstanding alchemist would actually appear in their Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was a true genius alchemist. Xiao He simply couldn't compare to him. Immediately after, everyone present reacted. For a moment, the entire Alchemist Association's main hall was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. It rose and fell continuously for a long time, an 18-year-old level 9 alchemist. I wonder which family he comes from. Yeah, such a genius alchemist is simply a first in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even our Alchemist Guild's guild master, an existence from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, supposedly only became a grade 9 alchemist when he was almost 20 years old. If that's the case, then this young man's talent is even more monstrous than the president's. His future accomplishments might even surpass the president's. The president is the one and only grade 6 alchemist in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. If this kid surpasses him, then wouldn't he have a chance to become a grade 5 alchemist? Monster. A monstrous genius. The surrounding crowd of spectators weren't stingy in the slightest as they praised Duan Lingtian. Some people's gazes descended onto Xiao He, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. They understood. Xiao He, the publicly acknowledged most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At the instant the violet-clothed youth condensed a grade 9 pale fire, the genius halo above his head had already become a thing of the past, completely becoming history. This violet-clothed youth was the true genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Compared to him, Xiao He couldn't even compare to trash. Xiao He's body was trembling. Now that he'd recovered from his shock, he quickly noticed the numerous gazes of pity that were looking at him. At this moment, he only felt his heart trembling. 1 year ago, he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. How awe-inspiring was that? But now he'd been surpassed by a youth, and even lost 500 silver to the youth. All of this caused him to be unable to show his face. As far as he was concerned, the gazes of the surrounding people seemed to be mocking and ridiculing him. Vice Guild Master, I'll get someone to deliver the 200 silver to you later. Xiao He's voice was hoarse and low as he coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze. After deeply memorizing Duan Lingtian's appearance, he left the Alchemist Guild and only left behind these words. If Xiao He knew that Duan Lingtian's current appearance was only the effect of a disguise, it was unknown what expression he would have. Everyone present understood that it probably wouldn't be long before today's matter would spread throughout the entire imperial city. At that time, Xiao He would really lose face. Kid, here's your 1,000 silver. Yi Luin privately withdrew another 2 million silver and combined it with the 8 million silver in his possession before passing it to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Vice Guild Master. Duan Lingtian put away the 10 million silver and lightly smiled to Yi Luin. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were a few greedy gazes within the surrounding crowd that were descending onto him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. Were they eyeing his money? Kid, how about we go inside and have a chat? Yi Luin looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he issued an invitation. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the Alchemist Guild's main hall with Yi Luin and entered the rear hall. Kid, what's your name? Yi Luin asked Duan Lingtian. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't speak his full name, as this name was precisely his name from his previous life. Lingtian? Surnamed Ling, given name Tian. What a good name. Yi Luin praised, and his eyes were suffused with a sheen. Kid, are you interested in joining our Alchemist Guild? As long as you're willing to join, the Alchemist Guild will foster you with all its might. In the future, you'll even have the chance to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild and experience an even vaster world. As far as Yi Luin was concerned, this was an extremely great temptation, and the youth before him ought to not refuse. However, sorry, Vice Guild Master, I have no intention of joining the Alchemist Guild. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. That's too bad. Yi Luin was stunned for a moment before returning to his senses, and he didn't insist. He was able to discern that although the youth before him was young, his eyes emitted wisdom, and he was absolutely not the type of person that would change his mind. Vice Guild Master, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Duan Lingtian said to Yi Luin before leaving the rear hall. A young man behind a counter in the main hall took a deep breath when he saw Duan Lingtian arrive at his counter, and he didn't dare be negligent in the slightest. May I ask if you want to issue an assignment or accept an assignment? Accept an assignment. Let me take a look at the assignment dossiers here. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. The young man never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so amiable, and he was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He hurriedly passed the assignment dossiers over to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smiled to the young man, then started flipping through the assignment dossiers. Most of these assignment dossiers were assignments to refine grade 8 medicinal pills. Although there were quite a few assignments to refine grade 9 medicinal pills, the rewards were extremely low. Duan Lingtian wasn't interested in the slightest. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian flipped to the first page of the assignment dossiers. This was an assignment that was issued 3 years ago. Assignment issuer, Swift Cavalry Grand General, Divine Might Marquis Niayuan. Assignment content, detoxify the Senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis Estate. The Senior Marquis was poisoned by the Void Stage Demon Beast. Dark Nether Mink demon beasts were a type of formidable beast that stood above ferocious beasts. just like how ferocious beasts stood above wild beasts. If it was said that wild beasts that had developed origin energy could be considered to have transformed into ferocious beasts, then a ferocious beast that had overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation and broken through from the 9th level of the nascent soul stage to the void stage could be considered to have transformed into a demon beast. Dark nether minks normally wouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. Looks like the senior marquis probably took the initiative to offend the dark nether mink and was bitten back in the end. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the dark nether mink. The reward for this assignment, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the last page of the dossiers. Assignment reward. Able to satisfy all the conditions of the person that completes the assignment within the divine Might Marquis estate's ability. This generation's divine Might Marquis seems to be that swift cavalry grand general. I wonder what his status is within the imperial city. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he asked the young man behind the counter, "May I ask who this divine Might Marquis, swift cavalry grand general Neyuan is?" Unexpectedly, the young man was filled with deep veneration when he heard Duan Lingtian. Divine Might Marquis Neyuan is a figure like the god of war of our Crimson Sky kingdom. He and His Majesty, the Emperor, each hold half of the Crimson Sky kingdom's military authority. As for the divine Might Marquis estate, its status within the Crimson Sky kingdom isn't inferior to a great clan like the Shao clan. Besides that, I heard that the divine Might Marquis himself is a void stage expert whose strength isn't inferior to the county governors of the 18 counties of our Crimson Sky kingdom. The young man slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He originally thought that the divine Might Marquis estate was only an ordinary general's estate, but he never imagined that it had such a great background. Right, if I were to compare the Shao clan with the Duan clan, how would they fare? Duan Lingtian asked. In the imperial city, the Duan clan is a great clan that is equally famous as the Shao clan. The young man lightly smiled as he spoke. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded as he closed the assignment file and passed it back to the young man. What, you didn't find a suitable assignment? The young man asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he bid his farewells before turning around and leaving. The young man couldn't help but sigh as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar. This is true poise, neither arrogant nor rash. Unlike the Shao clan's Shao He. Compared to him, Shao He's natural talent in alchemy can only be considered ordinary, and instead likes to put on airs. Chapter 143. Where's that kid? The 3 middle-aged men followed the violet-clothed youth all the way into a remote alley. They originally thought that they were about to succeed, but they noticed that the violet-clothed youth had suddenly vanished without a trace at the fork in the road ahead. Split up and search. The green-clothed, middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, and his eyes flickered with an extremely greedy sheen, just when the 3 of them were prepared to split up and enter the fork in the road ahead. There's no need to search. A lazy voice sounded out from ahead, causing them to shudder as if they were jolted awake from a dream. Subsequently, they saw a violet-clothed youth walk out from one of the fork in the road. Wasn't he their target? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the 3 of them. He'd noticed these 3 people when he was in the Alchemist Guild's hall. At that time, when he put away the 10 million silver, the eyes of these 3 people emitted a sheen of greed and bloodthirst. Obviously, they had covetous thoughts and were eyeing the silver in his hand. As expected, after he left, he noticed that he had 3 more tails. Whoosh! 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 The 3 middle-aged men flashed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian tightly, as if they were deeply afraid that he would run away again. They didn't think that if Duan Lingtian wanted to run, would he still come out at this moment? However, they'd obviously been blinded by greed now. In their hearts, there was only the 10 million silver. Kid, Take out the 10 million silver, and maybe we brothers will leave you with an intact corpse." One of the middle-aged men licked his dry lips, and his eyes emitted greed as he spoke in a low voice. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist being able to kill such an alchemy genius in my lifetime can be considered as having accumulated good karma from my ancestors. The other middle-aged man's eyes shone, as if Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. "If I give you the 10 million silver, will you let me go?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked abruptly, "Kid, I presume your background isn't ordinary since you're able to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. You've seen the faces of us 3 brothers, so we won't take the risk. So, you don't have the qualifications to talk terms with us. Today you'll die for sure." The cyan-robed middle-aged man in the lead snorted in a low voice as his eyes revealed a murderous intent. "Then there's nothing to talk about, is there?" Duan Lingtian spread out his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and smiled. The middle-aged man frowned. Duan Lingtian was still so calm even now, which made him feel uncertain. He couldn't help but feel a little gloomy and shouted in a low voice, "Kill him! I'm afraid the situation will change." In an instant, the 3 middle-aged men moved at the same time. Above them, a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, and they were obviously 3 origin core stage martial artists, Little Black. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he raised his hand and exclaimed in a low voice, "Whoosh!" In an instant, a black bolt of lightning shot out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and circled around Duan Lingtian, bringing with it 3 streaks of bright, demonic blood. Then it fell on Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a black, single-horned python. It was flicking its tongue, as if it was asking for credit from Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 The 3 middle-aged men that were just about to make a move against Duan Lingtian instantly fell down dead. On their chests, there was an additional tiny bloody hole that was ceaselessly gushing out fresh blood. The cyan-robed middle-aged man hadn't died completely at the beginning, and his eyes were wide open as he looked at the violet-clothed youth that was teasing Little Black. He struggled for a while before falling down in despair. Before he died, he only had a single thought. If the heavens gave him a chance to start over, he would absolutely not give away his and his 2 brothers' lives for 10 million silver. But unfortunately, it was all too late. "You little fellow, you only killed 3 origin core stage martial artists. Is it worthy of you being so complacent?" Duan Lingtian rubbed the little head of Little Black, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. Then he put Little Black back into his sleeve. "I gave all of you a chance, but unfortunately, all of you didn't properly cherish it." Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground, and his eyes squinted as a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. When he left, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the end of the alley ahead, as if he'd noticed something, and he glanced deeply at that place before turning around and leaving. After Duan Lingtian left, a figure slowly walked out from the end of the alley, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. "He seems to have noticed me? How could this be possible? Even that 4th-level nascent soul stage fierce beast by his side didn't notice me. Maybe it's my misconception, but I was worried for nothing, as I never imagined that he had such a formidable fierce beast guarding by his side." The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Looking at his appearance, wasn't he precisely the vice guild master of the Alchemist Guild Yiluan? 3 years ago, he was poisoned by the dark nether mink. That assignment was issued 3 years ago. If that senior marquis was a martial artist at the void prying stage or above, he might still be struggling at death's door. If he wasn't, he'd probably have died long ago. It's good to go ask. Duan Lingtian left the alley, but didn't return to his courtyard house. Instead, he inquired about the location of the Divine Might Marquis Estate and headed to the Divine Might Marquis Estate. The Divine Might Marquis Estate was worthy of being an existence that was on par with the imperial cities Duan Clan and Shao Clan. The entire estate occupied a vast area and had an extraordinary aura, imperceptibly giving one a feeling of being boundlessly vast. At the entrance of the divine might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian was stopped by 4 soldiers in light armor. That divine might Marquis is worthy of being a grand general. The people guarding his door are all veterans that have bathed in blood on the battlefield. Duan Lingtian felt a familiar aura from the 4 middle-aged soldiers. It was the bloody aura of slaughter on the battlefield. Who are you? One of the soldiers in light armor glanced at Duan Lingtian and asked in a stern voice. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, "Who I am isn't important. I came here to ask all of you something. Is your divine might Marquis Estates, Senior Marquis, still alive?" As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, so long as the Senior Marquis was alive, then he would have a chance. He didn't think that someone would be able to cure the Senior Marquis of the poison within 3 years. How could the poison of the demon beast, dark nethermink, be something that just anyone could cure? Ignorant kid, you actually dare curse our Senior Marquis. The faces of the 4 soldiers in light armor went pale, and the aura of slaughter on their bodies skyrocketed as they were about to make a move against Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian's following words caused them to stop in their tracks. "I'm here to cure your Senior Marquis of the poison." Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he slowly said. Duan Lingtian's words caused the 4 soldiers to look at each other in dismay. After the 4 of them glanced at each other, one of them turned around and entered the divine might Marquis estate. "Wait a moment. Our brothers have already gone to inform the Marquis." One of the soldiers in light armor said to Duan Lingtian. Although he felt that the words of this youth weren't very trustworthy, he still didn't dare be negligent. If there was an expert behind this youth, then offending this youth would also mean offending that expert. If that expert could really cure the Senior Marquis of the poison, but refused because of their rudeness, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Moreover, he also noticed that although this violet-clothed youth's appearance was ordinary, his movements fully revealed the demeanor of an expert. Obviously, he wasn't an ordinary youth. Duan Lingtian's current disguised face was indeed very ordinary, and belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. After a short while, the soldier that went to inform Duan Lingtian came out and respectfully said to him, "Young master, the Marquis invites you in." Duan Lingtian nodded and followed behind the soldier into the divine might Marquis estate. Within the main hall of the divine might Marquis estate, a sturdy middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, wearing casual clothes and a stocky build, was currently pacing back and forth. "Father! Didn't the soldier say that the person was only a youth? Can he really cure grandfather?" The young man with an imposing appearance was around the age of 25, and his tone was filled with doubt. "Fuan, 3 years ago, when your grandfather was poisoned, even the alchemist guild's guildmaster, the grade 6 alchemist, was helpless. After that, although our divine might Marquis estate made a heavy promise, no one came to our door. Now, if the poison in your grandfather's body continues to drag on, I'm afraid he won't be able to live for more than a year. So, no matter what, I have to try. Moreover, how do you know that there isn't an expert behind the youth?" The stocky middle-aged man was precisely the current divine might Marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Grand General of Cavalry, Nye Yuan. Normally, even when facing the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, he would never lose his composure like this, right? There's no harm in trying. If he can really cure grandfather, then I, Nye Fun, will surely be deeply grateful. The young man nodded, and his gaze flickered. In his entire life, the person he respected the most was his grandfather, the divine might Marquis, whose name once shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and was conferred the title of nobility by the late emperor. It could be said that the divine might Marquis estate's glory was single-handedly established by his grandfather. "Marquis, I've brought him." The voice of a soldier sounded from outside the audience hall. The divine might Marquis Nyuan stopped his footsteps when he heard this, and his gaze was like lightning as he looked towards the distance outside the audience hall. "Invite him in." Duan Lingtian walked into the audience hall and saw a stocky middle-aged man with an extraordinary, imposing manner with a glance. He ought to be the current divine might Marquis, the Grand General of Cavalry, Nya Yuan. Didn't they say that he's a void stage expert that's comparable to the 18 county governors? He ought to have yet to experience the 6-9 heavenly tribulation and is at most in existence at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage or half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, relying on the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to see through the middle-aged man's cultivation with a glance. Divine might Marquis. Duan Lingtian slowly walked in and stood not far away from the divine might Marquis. He lightly smiled and could be considered to have bowed. Audacious! Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out from behind the divine might Marquis. Duan Lingtian glanced over. It was a young man with an appearance that was 50% to 60% similar to the divine might Marquis. The young man seemed to have transformed into an angry Vajra as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. "Junior Marquis, I wonder how I'm audacious?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he guessed the identity of the young man. "You actually dare not bow when you see the divine might Marquis, the Grand General of Cavalry. If this isn't audacity, then what is?" The young man said in a low voice. "Junior Marquis, you're wrong. Etiquette depends on the heart. If I have disrespect in my heart, then what's the use even if I bow hypocritically? Could it be that the Junior Marquis likes hypocritical etiquette?" Chapter 144. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Niafan was furious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words that were difficult to refute. "All right, Fun, what this little brother said isn't without reason." Divine might Marquis Nya Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and his eyes squinted. "Little brother, do you really have a way to cure the dark Nethermink's poison?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "Marquis, the current me still doesn't have the ability to help the senior Marquis completely cure the dark Nethermink's poison. Father, like I said, even the alchemist guild's guildmaster was helpless against grandfather's poison. How could a child like him possibly have a way?" Nya Fun's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian. "Fun, shut up." Nya Yuan glared at Nya Fun, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" "What I mean is, I can temporarily help the senior Marquis cure a portion of the dark Nethermink's poison, and the other portion will have to wait until I become a grade 8 alchemist." Duan Lingtian shrugged as he slowly spoke. Grade 8 alchemist? Nya Yuan and Nya Fun were stunned as they sized up the violet-clothed youth before them. This little fellow looked to be around 18 years old. He actually said he wanted to become a grade 8 alchemist? Even if he could become a grade 8 alchemist, when would that be? Who could afford to wait? "Kid, our divine might Marquis estate doesn't have the time to play house with you. Grade 8 alchemist. To think you dared say that. Even if you're a grade 9 alchemist, you still don't know how many years you'll need before you can." Nya Fun's face revealed displeasure, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was completely stunned and dumbstruck, because with a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's grade 9 pill fire had ignited Nya Yuan's eyes shone. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist? This youth was simply even more monstrous than the Shao clan's genius alchemist, Shao He. If Nya Yuan knew that Duan Lingtian had teased Shao He in the alchemist guild not long ago and even swindled 5 million silver from Shao He, what expression would he have? "Within 2 years, I will definitely become a grade 8 alchemist. Before that, I can neutralize the toxic poison that has invaded the senior Marquis's internal organs, allowing the senior Marquis to no longer suffer the pain of the toxic poison acting up. Once I become a grade 8 alchemist, I can completely neutralize the toxic poison in the senior Marquis's body and recover his void prying stage strength. Duan Lingtian's words were clear and contained great confidence. How did you know that my father is a void-prying stage martial artist? Nie Yuan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. If the senior marquis isn't a void-prying stage martial artist, it would be impossible for him to live until now. If I'm not wrong, the senior marquis is already an arrow at the end of its flight. If there's still no way to remove the poison in his internal organs, I'm afraid he won't even be able to hold on for a year. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Nie Fen was slightly moved. Never had he imagined that this youth that looked to be 7 or 8 years younger than him actually possessed such ability. The fact that his grandfather, the senior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, was something that only a few people in the Divine Might Marquis estate knew about. This young man could actually make such accurate deductions. Little brother, I still don't know your name? Nie Yuan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Now he'd practically completely believed Duan Lingtian's words. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist might really be able to create a miracle. Or perhaps an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist was already a miracle. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said slowly, and similarly he didn't reveal his true name before the Divine Might Marquis. Lingtian. Unexpectedly, when Nie Yuan heard Duan Lingtian's name, he was instead stunned, seeming to have thought of something. After sighing, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, how about I take you to see my father now? Duan Lingtian nodded. Nie Fen's eyes flashed as he stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment. Then he had a strange expression as he lightly shook his head. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw the senior marquis in the rear courtyard of the Divine Might Marquis estate. The old man wore a gray robe, and because of being poisoned for many years, he seemed to be sickly, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Even so, the old man still emitted a domineering dignity between his brows, as if he was imperceptibly narrating his glorious past. Father. Nie Yuan respectfully bowed when he saw the old man. Grandfather. Nie Fen was respectful and reverent as well. Senior Marquis. Duan Lingtian caught up and lightly smiled to the old man. This is... The old man's muddy eyes abruptly lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian, and his gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Father, this is Brother Lingtian. He's here to cure your poison. Nie Yuan respectfully said. He'd always revered his father in his heart. Even though his father wasn't as elegant as before, he was still a towering mountain in his heart. Oh, the old man's eyes emitted a trace of surprise when he heard this. He understood his son and knew that his son wasn't the type of person who spoke without thinking. Since the youth was able to come here, it meant that his son believed in the youth. Duan Lingtian casually pretended to extend his hand into his pocket and withdrew a brush and paper from his spatial ring, then wrote down some medicinal herbs and passed it to Nie Yuan. Marquis, prepare these medicinal herbs. After the medicinal herbs are prepared, I'll refine the antidote medicinal pill for the senior marquis. Refine medicinal pills? The old man's eyes squinted, and he said with slight surprise, Little fellow, you're an alchemist. Grandfather, don't look at Brother Lingtian's young. He's a grade 9 alchemist. Nie Fen lightly smiled. Grade 9 alchemist? Not bad, not bad. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded repeatedly, and his tone contained heartfelt praise mixed within. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist had also alarmed his heart that was as calm as an ancient while Nie Fen followed Nie Yuan out of the rear courtyard to prepare the medicinal herbs. Alas, Fen, if Brother Lingtian is the child of your uncle Rufeng, how good would that be? On the way, Nie Yuan suddenly sighed. Father, they only have the same name. Moreover, Brother Lingtian's surname is Duan, yet Uncle Rufeng's child is surnamed Duan, so he should be called Duan Lingtian. Nie Fen shook his head and couldn't help but recall the peerless genius martial artist of the Duan clan from all those years ago. But unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of heroic geniuses. I don't know why, but when I see him, I always have a feeling of closeness. That year, if it wasn't for me going to battle outside, how could I have allowed sister-in-law and little Tian to leave the Duan clan? But unfortunately, I've never asked Ru Feng about sister-in-law's background, and even though the Duan clan's fourth brother knew, he wasn't willing to say. I was utterly unable to trace the whereabouts of her and the child. So many years have passed, I wonder how the orphan and widow are doing. Nie Yuan had an expression of guilt and self-blame. Father, don't worry. Aunt Ro and little Tian are blessed by the heavens, and they'll be fine. Nie Fen consoled. Now, that child little Tian ought to have grown up, and he's probably around the same age as brother Ling Tian. Fen, do you think it's possible that they're the same person? Father, don't think too much. Why don't you think about it? Uncle Ru Feng is handsome and unrestrained, and even Aunt Ro has a drop-dead gorgeous appearance. How could their child possibly grow up to have such an ordinary appearance? It's just a coincidence that they have the same name. Moreover, brother Ling Tian's surname isn't Duan. Right? Ru Feng and sister-in-law's son's appearance is surely a dragon or phoenix amongst men. In the rear courtyard, Duan Lingtian and the old man sat facing each other. Senior Marquis, according to my knowledge, that dark nether mink ought to not take the initiative to attack humans. Why did you have a conflict with it? Duan Lingtian asked the old man, puzzled. Brother Lingtian, you even know the habits of the dark nether mink? The old man was slightly surprised, and he increasingly felt that the youth before him wasn't simple. Yes, the dark nether mink wouldn't take the initiative to attack me, but at that time, I urgently needed a spirit fruit that the dark nether mink was guarding, so I could only take the risk and force it to leave. Later on, although it left, it still bit me. Fortunately, I smoothly obtained that spirit fruit. That spirit fruit is very important to you? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes, very important. If I didn't have it, my wife would be in great trouble. The old man slowly nodded. The old man didn't speak in detail, and Duan Lingtian didn't ask any further. Everyone had their own secrets, although he was very curious about what spirit fruit the dark nether mink was guarding, to actually make the old man risk his life for it. Looks like Senior Marquis doesn't regret this matter in the slightest. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. In life, there are things to do and things not to do. As far as I'm concerned, so long as my family is safe, even if I die, it's nothing. The old man lightly shook his head, extremely carefree. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel deep veneration. This old man was worthy of respect. Don't worry, Senior Marquis. So long as the medicinal pill is refined, it will be able to expel the toxic poison in your internal organs. At that time, although you'll still be unable to utilize origin energy, you'll be able to be like an ordinary person and won't have to suffer the pain of the toxic poison acting up. Once I step into the origin core stage and become a grade 8 alchemist, I'll be able to eradicate all the toxic poison in your body, Duan Lingtian slowly said. Then I'll thank Brother Lingtian first. The old man nodded with a smile, and a trace of respect flashed within the depths of his eyes. Perhaps in the Tao of martial arts, he once stood at the peak of the Crimson Sky kingdom and looked down upon everyone. But in the Tao of alchemy, he couldn't help but admire the youth before him, a grade 9 alchemist at the mere age of 18. Such natural talent was simply shocking. In next to no time, Nie Yuan and his son finished preparing the medicinal materials Duan Lingtian needed. Duan Lingtian didn't have any misgivings and directly withdrew his cauldron and started to refine the pill in front of the 3 generations of the Nie clan. Although the 3 of them were laymen, Duan Lingtian's familiar movements were simply as if assisted by the gods, and it broadened their horizons and caused them to feel admiration in their hearts. 2 hours later, Duan Lingtian concentrated his mind and calmed his breathing. Then his hand descended and slapped the cauldron. 3 medicinal pills with flowing lights, revolving around them, instantly flew out and landed in his hand. What he refined this time was the spirit cleansing pill as well. The spirit cleansing pill was the lifetime effort of Samsara Emperor Wu, and it could cure a myriad of poisons. Although the poison in the old man's body was formidable, it was inferior to the vitality restriction goo that Xiongquan was afflicted with, and only a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill was required to completely eradicate it. Xiongquan's poison, on the other hand, required a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill to completely eradicate it. Senior Marquis, consume these 3 medicinal pills over 3 months. Chapter 145. All right. The old man smiled as he received it, then directly swallowed the medicinal pill. After a short moment, the old man's gaze abruptly lit up. What a miraculous medicinal pill! I feel much more comfortable as soon as the medicinal strength spread out. Brother Ling Tian, what medicinal pill is this? Spirit cleansing pill. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, then bid farewell to the old man before following Yuan and Niefan back to the Divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall. Brother Ling Tian, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. If you have any errands in the future, so long as it's within my Divine Might Marquis Estate's ability, it's my duty. Divine Might Marquis Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression as he promised. Marquis, you're too courteous. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. The reason he came to the Divine Might Marquis Estate to help the Senior Marquis cure the poison was because of this promise of the Divine Might Marquis, and he deeply knew the importance of this promise. At a critical moment, it could even save his life. Now, although he'd only been in the Imperial City for a month, he'd already made 2 formidable enemies, the Duan clan's second master and the Imperial family's 5th prince. Although he'd never thought of borrowing the strength of the Divine Might Marquis Estate to deal with the former, he had no choice but to leave himself a way out, unless it was absolutely necessary. He wouldn't lightly use this layer of relationship with the Divine Might Marquis Estate. Nia Yuan ordered Niefan to personally send Duan Lingtian out. Brother Lingtian, besides my grandfather and father, I, Niefan, rarely admire anyone. Needless to say, you're the 3rd person that I've wholeheartedly admired. At the mere age of 18, you've already become a grade 9 alchemist, and you're even able to refine a medicinal pill that can cure the poison of the dark nethermink. Niefan couldn't help but sigh. He, Niefan, was a young genius of the Imperial City. His cultivation had stepped into the origin core stage at a young age, and coupled with his illustrious family background, he was practically an existence that could do whatever he wanted in the Imperial City. But even so, he still couldn't help but admire Duan Lingtian. He deeply knew that a genius alchemist like Duan Lingtian would absolutely not be limited to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future, and would sooner or later become a formidable existence that he could look up to. Young Marquis, you flatter me. Your martial talent is also not bad. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Before long, Niefan sent Duan Lingtian out of the Divine Might Marquis Estate. The 4 guards broke out in cold sweat when they saw the young Marquis personally escorting the young man out. Fortunately, they didn't offend this young man before. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Brother Lingtian, if you encounter any trouble in the Imperial City in the future, you can come look for me at any time. I don't dare speak for other places, but within the Imperial City, there aren't many things that I, Niefan, am unable to settle. Before leaving, Niefan smiled as he promised Duan Lingtian. When that time comes, I will definitely not be polite. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. He bid farewell and left. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished from his sight did Niefan turn around and return to the Divine Might Marquis Estate. The 4 soldiers at the gate looked at each other in dismay, their eyes filled with shock. Did I hear wrongly? The young Marquis actually made such an exaggerated promise to that young man earlier. With the young Marquis's promise, he can practically do whatever he wants in the Imperial City in the future. Does the young Marquis's attitude mean that this young man is really able to cure the senior Marquis's poison? After Duan Lingtian left the divine might Marquis estate, he returned to his own house and removed the makeup on his face, recovering his handsome appearance with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. I didn't expect that in just a single morning my gains would be so great. It was already noon. As he smelled the fragrance of the dishes drifting out from the kitchen, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. 5,000,000 taels of silver was still acceptable. A promise from the divine might Marquis was absolutely priceless. After leaving the front courtyard, Duan Lingtian passed by the main building and walked into the rear courtyard. Compared to the front courtyard, the rear courtyard was even more spacious. Duan Lingtian had just walked over when he noticed two figures that were like butterflies dancing gracefully, giving others a type of magnificent visual enjoyment. Duan Lingtian walked into the pavilion and greeted the woman sitting inside. "Mother, Tian, you've returned." A trace of doting flashed past Li Ro's eyes as she lightly smiled. Today's days were rather relaxed, not much different from when her husband was still alive. And all of this was fought for by her son. Unknowingly, the son that she had worried so much about had already grown to such an extent now. She had nothing else to ask for. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Together with his mother, Li Ro, he gazed at the two beautiful women who were cultivating martial skills in the distance. You must not let them down. Otherwise, mother won't forgive you. Li Fei suddenly spoke, her tone containing a trace of warning. "Don't worry, mother." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly, feeling that his mother was thinking too much. Now, the two women had practically become a part of his life, and it was difficult to part with them. How could he let them down? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed. Still lacking a bit. Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Ever since he returned from the divine might Marquis estate, he hadn't left the house. Besides accompanying his mother and his 2 future daughters-in-law, he practically spent all his time on cultivating. Although his advancement was swift up until now, he was still a small step away from the 5th level of the core formation stage. Never mind, I'll let nature take its course. It's time to report to Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he walked off the bed. Duan Lingtian didn't bring the 2 women with him to Paladin Academy, and he only brought Xiongquan and the little black snake as he walked out of the courtyard house. The courtyard house he bought was near Paladin Academy, and he quickly arrived at the entrance of Paladin Academy. Presently, the entrance of Paladin Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. Some youths and the people beside them even seemed to be travel-worn, obviously having just arrived at the imperial city. If they were a few days late and missed the time to report, even if they had the qualifications to enter, it would be difficult for them to step foot into Paladin Academy. I wonder if Xiaoyu has reported yet. Duan Lingtian thought of Xiaoyu, and his brows raised as he followed the flow of people to arrive before the entrance of Paladin Academy and started to register. Certificate of Qualification. The person in charge of registering was a middle-aged man with a flat tone as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took out his certificate of enrollment and passed it to the middle-aged man. From the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. The middle-aged man glanced at the certificate of enrollment and was slightly surprised. Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. The pupils of the youths that stood behind Duan Lingtian constricted when they heard the middle-aged man's voice. I heard that 1 year ago, only 7 people from the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp passed the training and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. I've long since heard that the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp's test is famous for being abnormal in the 18 counties. Looks like this youth isn't an ordinary person since he was able to stand out from it. Although I'm from Swallow Mountain County, I didn't dare enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Otherwise, I might not have survived. The discussion of the youths entered his ears, causing the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to twitch. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp is so famous in the outer counties? Duan Lingtian? This name sounds like someone from the direct line of descent of the Duan clan. The middle-aged man's heart moved when he matched the name on the certificate of enrollment with the information in his hand, but he didn't pay much attention to it. As far as he was concerned, if this youth was really a disciple of the Duan clan, then since he had the ability to pass the Iron Blood Army's genius camp's training, the Duan clan would have long since given him a recommendation spot. Why would they make him risk his life? The devilish training of the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was no different from risking his life. Slap! The middle-aged man stamped a seal on the certificate of enrollment and said to Duan Lingtian, "If you need to stay overnight in the academy, then go in and find the teacher in charge of this area to make arrangements. If you don't need it, then take this enrollment handbook back and read it. School starts 5 days later. Remember to bring your certificate of enrollment." Duan Lingtian nodded, put away the certificate of enrollment, and left with Xiongquan. Stay overnight? He didn't need it. Duan Lingtian's house was south of Paladin Academy. Presently, in a private house north of Paladin Academy, 2 young men were sitting together, and one of them had a face full of unwillingness. "Cousin, it's already been 3 months, but the people Uncle sent out still haven't found that little bastard." Duan Rong had a face full of anger, and when he thought of what happened 3 months ago, a ball of fire arose within his heart. That time, the violet-clothed youth shattered his wrist bone with a finger, and although he had recovered now, there were still side effects left behind. When he executed martial skills now, the might of his martial skills had at least decreased by 20%. It can't be helped. The clues you provided were too few. A violet-clothed youth, a middle-aged man wearing a mask. In the imperial city that's bustling with people, similar people can be found all over the streets. The other young man shook his head. "Cousin, don't you know the 5th prince? That shop that sells houses is the property of the imperial family, and our Duan clan is unable to interfere. But if the 5th prince wants to investigate, it shouldn't be difficult, right?" Duan Rong seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. The young man's brows frowned, then relaxed as he said perfunctorily, "We'll talk about it the next time I see the 5th prince." He'd only met the 5th prince a few times and couldn't be considered to be familiar with him. Although he was the only son of the Duan clan's second master, he was nothing before the 5th prince. There were over 10 princes in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. Besides having a temporary residence within the imperial palace, they each had a spacious estate within the inner city of the imperial city. Normally, these princes lived within the estates within the inner city. 5th prince's estate. "Cousin, it's already been 3 months, and there's still no news at all." Tong Li, who wore red clothes, pouted and was extremely unhappy. "Li, the people I sent out have investigated for 3 months. But they've still come up empty-handed. Firstly, you don't know their origins, and secondly, you don't know their names, so it's indeed difficult to investigate. It's even to the extent that they might only be people that came to the imperial city to play, or perhaps they've already left the imperial city long ago." The 5th prince shook his head, and his face carried a smile from the beginning until the end, causing one to feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. "Then what should we do? Could it be that we're just going to let it go?" Tong Li had a face full of unwillingness. "Of course we can't just let it go. But isn't there no way to find them now? How about this? So long as there's a lead on them in the future, Cousin will surely take revenge for you, all right?" Chapter 146. General Prime Minister. Duan Lingtian was attracted by a paragraph of text in the admission handbook. It turned out that students who entered Paladin Academy had to choose one of the 2 great factions. The 2 great factions were respectively Star General Department and Star Mastermind Department. Galloping on the battlefield, able to command an army of thousands, possessing courage that is unafraid of death, able to easily take the head of the enemy's general within an army of thousands, and stepping on blood to dye the blue sky with heroism. This is the Star General, hidden behind a curtain, possessing outstanding wisdom, able to govern the world during times of peace and prosperity, able to devise strategies and control everything during times of war, able to annihilate the enemy with a smile. This is the Star General. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This Paladin Academy was worthy of being called the cradle of geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. If one was able to graduate from it, no matter where they went, they would be a hero and a formidable person. Choose one of the two? Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he made a decision in his heart. 5 days later, Duan Lingtian brought along the little black snake and left the house alone, walking towards Paladin Academy. According to the rules in the admission handbook, students of Paladin Academy were not allowed to bring followers into Paladin Academy. Before long, Duan Lingtian arrived at Paladin Academy. At the entrance, one could vaguely see a long line formed by numerous carriages, connecting from one end of the street to the other. It was an extremely magnificent sight. Many students were either sent here by their seniors or their followers. However, in the end, only one student could enter Paladin Academy. There are actually so many female students. When Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy, he couldn't help but be surprised when he noticed that many female students had shown their admission certificates and entered the academy. Looks like the Paladin Academy's entrance examinations in other counties are open to females, unlike the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp that Duan Lingtian went to didn't accept females. If a female from Swallow Mountain County wanted to enter Paladin Academy, they must go to other counties to participate in similar entrance examinations. Where to now? Duan Lingtian noticed that after he entered Paladin Academy, he was like a headless fly, unable to find his way. Finally, with his sharp eyes, he saw a group of people walking towards the east in the distance. He quickly followed them. There was a vast field in the east, and a few weapon racks were scattered around it. This was obviously the martial arts practice field of Paladin Academy. At a glance, there were already many young men and women waiting there. These people were all around the age of 20. Compared to them, the Duan Lingtian was much smaller. Xiaoyu! Finally, Duan Lingtian found Xiaoyu in the crowd. Now, Xiaoyu was standing with another young man, talking and laughing. Duan Lingtian walked over. Soon, Xiaoyu also noticed him. He spoke to the young man beside him, and the two of them went up to greet him. Duan Lingtian, I finally get to meet you. Xiaoyu shook his head and smiled. I arrived at the Imperial City half a month ago, but I don't know where you are. What about you? What have you been doing for half a month? Duan Lingtian asked with a light smile. I'm at the Shao clan estate, Xiaoyu said. Shao clan? Shao clan? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. He thought of the genius alchemist, Shao He, at the first possible moment. He was a member of the Shao clan. Could it be that Xiaoyu was related to the Shao clan as well? Or could it be that the Aurora City's Shao clan was related to the Imperial City's Shao clan? The facts proved that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Yes, it's the Shao clan. Our Aurora City's Shao clan is a branch family of the Imperial City's Shao clan. This time, I obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy and have already been specially allowed by the Patriarch to become a member of the Imperial City's Shao clan. Although Xiaoyu's expression didn't change, his eyes obviously contained a sense of excitement. Becoming a member of the Imperial City's Shao clan also meant that he had taken a new step forward. In the future, he could use this as a springboard to jump higher and further. At this moment, Xiaoyu realized that the young man beside him was being neglected, so he hurriedly introduced him. Duan Lingtian, he's Shao Sun, a genius martial artist of the Imperial City's Shao clan. He's also my friend. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to Shao Sun as he introduced himself. Shao Sun, Xiao Sun returned a smile without the slightest trace of the arrogance of a disciple of a large clan. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Sun's older brother, Xiao He, is our Xiao clan's most genius alchemist. 1 year ago, he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. Xiao Yu continued. Xiao He. Duan Lingtian's face froze. It really was a small world. Any random Xiao clan disciple he met was the younger brother of Xiao He. I used to think that my brother was a rare alchemist genius as well, until 2 months ago when an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild Hall. Only then did I realize that there's always someone better out there. This is good as well, as it can reduce my brother's spirit. Xiao Sun's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. I've heard of this matter as well. I heard that the 18-year-old alchemist cheated your brother of 5 million silver. Do you hate him? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked curiously, What's there to hate? I've heard of the sequence of events. In the end, the fault of this matter lies with my brother. If it wasn't for my brother being overbearing, then the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. If I were to meet that genius alchemist, I might even thank him for allowing my brother to change and become much more restrained than before. Xiao Sun shook his head, seeming to not care in the slightest. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Xiao Sun. Birds of a feather flocked together. Xiao Yu's friends were indeed not like the ordinary profligate young masters of large clans. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a red-clothed young man walking over side by side with a robust young man. The person who spoke was precisely the robust young man. Weren't the two people who had passed through the genius camps training with them and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, Su Li and Tian Hu? After not seeing each other for a year, the two of them had obviously matured a lot. Su Li was even more steady. The original him had an oppressive spirit, but now he'd completely restrained it, and his cultivation had obviously improved by quite a bit. Su Li, Tian Hu. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu lightly smiled as they greeted the two of them. Duan Lingtian, find a chance to battle me. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian, and his sharp eyes were filled with battle intent. I'll be happy to oblige. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful. This guy, Su Li, has already stepped into the 7th level of the core formation stage. What a guy. When I met him a few days ago, he pulled me into a battle and almost killed me. Tian, who seemed to still be slightly afraid when he spoke of what happened a few days ago. 7th level of the core formation stage? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he was greatly astonished. It had only been a year. Su Li had broken through from the 5th level of the core formation stage to the 7th level of the core formation stage in one go. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were shocked as well. 7th level of the core formation stage. Such a cultivation can be considered to be at the top of the Paladin Academy freshmen this year. Xiao Sun praised. Yeah, there probably aren't many 7th level core formation martial artists in this year's freshmen. Xiao Yu deeply agreed. Su Li's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he indifferently said, I don't know about the others, but Duan Lingtian is surely already at the 7th level of the core formation stage. You're so sure? Tian, who was slightly surprised. 1 year ago, he was already at the 6th level of the core formation stage. Su Li continued. He still remembered the scene 1 year ago when he challenged Duan Lingtian after passing the final test of the Genius Camp training. At that time, he thought that after breaking through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, he would be able to battle Duan Lingtian. But who knew? Duan Lingtian directly drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to give birth to 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes, causing him to instantly feel a sense of defeat. Towards Su Li's words, besides Xiao Yu, who wasn't surprised in the slightest, Tian Hu and Xiao Sun both looked at Duan Lingtian in astonishment. Especially Xiao Sun, who was secretly shocked in his heart. This youth, whose name was extremely similar to the Duan clan's younger generation, direct descendant, looked to be around 18 years old. But he was already a 6th-level core formation martial artist 1 year ago. Even within the imperial city's imperial family and the few great clans, such a monster hadn't appeared in recent years. Such natural talent was comparable to Paladin Academy's last year's Su Qing. Su Qing was the existence that was publicly acknowledged as the genius student with the highest natural talent in Paladin Academy's past 20 years. "It's you." Suddenly, a figure swiftly walked over from afar. His voice revealed a contradictory combination of anger and joy. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard the voice. The person that appeared before him was none other than Duan Lingxing's cousin, Duan Rong. "I've finally found you. I didn't expect you to be a student of Paladin Academy as well. Now, let me see where you can hide." Duan Rong walked over in large strides and stared at Duan Lingtian as he sneered. "Hide?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a trace of disdain on the corners of his mouth. "You said I'm hiding from you? As someone who lost to me, are you worthy?" Duan Rong's face changed as he shouted in a low voice. "In short, you're dead. Do you believe that I can kill you right now?" Being threatened by Duan Rong, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward. A terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and enveloped Duan Rong, scaring Duan Rong to the point that his face went ghastly pale as he hurriedly turned around and fled. "Duan Lingtian, who's he? Why does it seem like he has a deep enmity with you?" Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. "Only a profligate son of a rich family." Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke of the conflict between him and Duan Rong, the nephew of the Duan clan's second master. Xiao Yu's gaze focused. During this half a month, he had a certain understanding of the situation of the various great clans in the imperial city and was very clear about the methods of the Duan clan's second master. "Duan Lingtian, do you need help?" Su Li's gaze went cold as he gazed at Duan Rong, who was hiding in the distance. The sword in his hand seemed ready to be unsheathed at any moment. No need, only a clown. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He didn't take Duan Rong seriously in the slightest. Even if the person behind Duan Rong was the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei. If he was afraid, then he wouldn't have entered Paladin Academy with his true appearance, when he clearly knew that Duan Rong was also a student of Paladin Academy. Chapter 147. Xiao Sun's brows raised. Just like Duan Lingtian and Su Li, he didn't take Duan Rong seriously either. Duan Rong was at most a branch family disciple of the Duan clan. In terms of status, far inferior to him. I didn't expect that there would be so many female students. Tian, whose gaze fell into the distance. On the other side of the spacious martial arts practice grounds, a group of female students were gathered there, and it was extremely lively. As for the group of male students, they were gathered on Duan Lingtian's side. "Do you know why we're gathered here?" Duan Lingtian asked the people beside him. "I don't know. We followed the crowd here." Tian, who shook his head. He and Su Li were obviously the same as Duan Lingtian, following others here. Xiao Sun lightly smiled. "We're gathered here now precisely for the sake of making it easier for us to choose a faction. In a while, when almost everyone has arrived, a teacher will come over. At that time, we'll have to face an important choice in our lives. Paladin Academy. The two great factions walked on completely different paths, and Paladin Academy's teaching for the two great factions would be completely different as well. Speaking of choosing a faction, have you guys decided which faction to choose?" Tian, whose eyes lit up as he asked Duan Lingtian and the others. "Xiao Sun and I both choose the Star Mastermind Department." Xiao Yu lightly smiled. Xiao Sun nodded as well, and a wisp of a sheen of wisdom flashed within his eyes. "Then you guys are different from me. I've decided to choose the Star General Department." Tian Hu grinned. I can tell. Duan Ling Tian sized Tian Hu up with a glance before laughing loudly. Are you for real? You wouldn't be giving advice after the fact, right? Then tell me, what faction will Su Li choose? Tian Hu asked again. Is there even a need to ask? Naturally. He'll choose the same Star General Department as you. Duan Ling Tian said as a matter of course. Su Li was like a sharp sword with an oppressive sharpness. If such a person were to enter the battlefield, he would absolutely be a killing machine that could cause the enemy to tremble in fear. Su Li, you wouldn't really choose the Star General Department as well, right? Tian Hu asked. What, you have an opinion? Su Li's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Tian Hu. What can I say? I'm just a little surprised, Tian Hu smiled awkwardly. If it was said that he could still compete with Su Li when he had just arrived at the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. The current him had already been left far behind by Su Li. Duan Ling Tian, what about you? You should be the same as me and Su Li, choosing the Star General Department, right? As Tian Hu spoke, the gazes of Su Li, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun all descended upon Duan Ling Tian. Under the gazes of the four people, Duan Ling Tian slowly spat out 3 words. Star Prime Minister! Star Mastermind Department. They were a little surprised. They felt that with Duan Ling Tian's strength, it was a waste for him to enter the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Ling Tian only shook his head and smiled at their surprise. In his previous life, he was a powerful weapons specialist, and the set he learned was no different from the set of Star General. In this life, if he were to choose the Star General Department, it would be meaningless. Therefore, he chose the Star Mastermind Department. The teachers of Paladin Academy have arrived. Duan Ling Tian's sharp eyes noticed 2 middle-aged men walking over from afar. At the same time, near the group of female students on the other side, 2 young women walked towards them. They were obviously teachers of Paladin Academy as well. Hello, everyone. I'm a teacher of Paladin Academy's Star General Department. My name is Niu Mang. Between the 2 middle-aged men, the robust man with a curly beard had a voice that was like a thunderclap, causing the eardrums of some of the students near him to hurt. This Niu Mang should have cultivated a martial skill similar to the lion's roar. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. Within the offensive martial skills, there was a type of unorthodox martial skill called sound attack martial skills. Normally, only martial artists at the nascent soul stage and above were able to display the true might of a sound attack martial skill. In actual combat, it could catch the opponent off guard and cause them to lose focus for an instant. When 2 people fought, sometimes the instant they lost focus was enough to decide the outcome. Hello, everyone. I'm a teacher of the Star Mastermind Department, Sima Changfeng. Compared to Niu Mang, the other middle-aged man seemed to be extraordinarily refined. He was dressed like a scholar, wore a silk headband on his head, held a feather fan in his hand, and had a graceful bearing. Now, students who have chosen to enter the Star General Department, come behind me. Students who have chosen to enter the Star Mastermind Department, come behind Teacher Sima. Niu Mang spoke once more and went straight to the point. Instantly, the group of male students started moving. See you later, the 3 of you. Tian Hu greeted Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, and Su Li nodded to the 3 of them as well. The 2 of them left together and went behind Niu Mang. As for Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, they glanced at each other before going behind Sima Changfeng. There are so few people in the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the Star General Department, then glanced at his surroundings and was slightly surprised. There were a total of 160 students in Paladin Academy this year. Amongst them, there were around 100 male students. Currently, there were more than 80 male students in the Star General Department. As for the Star Mastermind Department that Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun were in, there were less than 20 people. Sima Changfeng and Niu Mang were obviously not surprised by this result. Students who have chosen the Star Mastermind Department follow me. Under Sima Chongfeng's call, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and the other 10-plus star mastermind department students followed Sima Chongfeng's footsteps. As for the star general department students, they stayed where they were. Even if you choose the star mastermind department, you still won't be able to escape death. Within the group of star general department students, Duan Rong was shockingly among them. His eyes focused as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Duan Lingtian's group of Star Mastermind Department students were brought into a spacious classroom by Sima Chongfeng. Within the classroom, tables and chairs were all available. Sit. Sima Chongfeng walked up to the podium and lightly nodded to the 18 people that followed him in. Duan Lingtian followed suit and sat down. Sima Chongfeng's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others as he slowly said, "From today onwards, I'm the teacher of this year's Star Mastermind Department students. I'll teach you all how to become a qualified Star Mastermind. Now, which one of you can tell me what a Star Mastermind is?" As Sima Chongfeng spoke these words, his calm gaze abruptly changed, becoming incomparably wise and farsighted. And at the instant Sima Chongfeng finished speaking, a student stood up and said, "A star mastermind is hidden behind a veil, possessing outstanding wisdom. During times of peace and prosperity, it can rule the world. During times of war, it can devise strategies and control everything. It can annihilate the enemy with a smile." Including Duan Lingtian, the gazes of the other 17 students all descended upon this student. Too shameless. Aren't these the words that introduce the Star Mastermind Department in the student handbook? This is possible. Many students were speechless. Sima Chongfeng pressed down with his hand, allowing the student to sit down, and said indifferently, "Correct, just like these words on the student handbook. Outstanding wisdom and devising strategies are the foundation of a star mastermind. In the following days, what I'll teach you all in the Star Mastermind Department is how to become a qualified Star Mastermind. You all must remember, a Star Mastermind can allow a general to be invincible in battle, and can also annihilate a general. Sometimes a single decision of a Star Mastermind will determine the life and death of a general." As he spoke to this point, Sima Chongfeng's expression became serious. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with Sima Chongfeng's words. If it was said that a general was a martial artist's 4 limbs that could be used to execute martial skills and dodge attacks, then a star mastermind was a martial artist's eyes that could see through everything, and was especially important. Today, the first lesson I'll give you all is how to deal with one of the situations on the battlefield. Sima Chongfeng's gaze was filled with wisdom as he slowly asked, "If the enemy is strong while I'm weak, and the enemy is in the dark while I'm in the light, besides the most straightforward sneak attack, what strategy can be used to cause the enemy to collapse? The enemy is strong while I'm weak, and the enemy is in the dark while I'm in the light?" Besides Duan Lingtian's eyes that flickered as if he had a card up his sleeve, the remaining students all muttered to themselves as they ceaselessly pondered. Sima Chongfeng's gaze quickly descended onto Duan Lingtian. He'd noticed this student long ago. A youth around the age of 18 was especially conspicuous within a group of 20-year-old youths. Now that he saw the youth's performance, his heart jerked. Could it be that he thought of a strategy so quickly? Student, looking at your appearance of knowing everything, have you already thought of a strategy? After a short moment, Sima Chongfeng's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked. For a moment, all the students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, looked at Duan Lingtian. He can think of a strategy. You're joking, right? He looks like a young brat. What strategy could he have? Some of the students glanced at Duan Lingtian and disapproved. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stood up and said bluntly, "If I encounter such a situation, I'll use the strategy of crossing the ocean by deception." I'll intentionally use disguises to confuse and deceive the enemy over and over again, causing the enemy to lower their guard. Then I'll suddenly take action, thus achieving the goal of obtaining victory. If there were people from China from his previous life here, they would be able to react in an instant. What Duan Lingtian said now was precisely the first strategy of the 36 stratagems, crossing the ocean by deception. Sima Changfeng's pupils constricted. Actually, he didn't think that this violet-clothed youth would be able to come up with a good strategy. But now the strategy the violet-clothed youth spoke of happened to coincide with his thoughts in some areas, causing him to be unable to help but be slightly shocked. Is this really only an 18-year-old youth? Crossing the ocean by deception. Brilliant, brilliant. After Xiao Sun finished listening to what Duan Lingtian said, he carefully pondered over it for a moment and was the first to react. He couldn't help but praise this. Some of the students who previously looked down on Duan Lingtian were stunned as well. They had to admit that this was indeed a brilliant strategy. After all, anyone who was deceived over and over again would lower their guard. This was human nature. Good. What a crossing the ocean by deception. Chapter 148. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to Sima Changfeng as he replied. Duan Lingtian. Sima Changfeng's brows raised as he was slightly surprised. You're a direct descendant of the Duan clan? Besides Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, a few other students who had a good understanding of the Imperial City's Duan clan looked at Duan Lingtian as well. The direct descendant of the Duan clan's younger generation was of the Ling generation. However, everyone, including Sima Changfeng, felt that it was slightly strange. If Duan Lingtian was really a member of the Duan clan, then he shouldn't be a nobody. Not to mention the stratagem he spoke of earlier, it was sufficient to prove that he was resourceful. Being able to enter Paladin Academy at the age of 18 was extremely rare. I'm not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. So what if the blood of the Duan clan's direct descendant flowed in his body? He disdained that cold and indifferent clan. Sit down. Sima Changfeng nodded. If Duan Lingtian wasn't a disciple of the Duan clan, then it would be understandable. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory was vast, and there were many people with the surname Duan, so it wasn't surprising. The other students heaved a sigh of relief. Like I said, if he was a disciple of the Duan clan, then his name would probably have spread throughout the Imperial City long ago. However, even if he isn't a disciple of the Duan clan, being able to pass the Paladin Academy's entrance exam at such an age in all 18 counties is truly monstrous. Many students glanced at Duan Lingtian with slightly fearful gazes. Not only is this Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao strong, his mind is also so nimble. The stratagem of crossing the sea by deceiving the heavens. To be able to think of it, Xiao Sun glanced at Duan Lingtian, and a feeling of admiration instantly arose in his heart. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered. Although he was surprised by the stratagem that Duan Lingtian spoke of, when he thought of the various miracles that Duan Lingtian repeatedly created in Aurora City, he felt at ease. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was a little monster. At this time, Sima Changfeng's voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian's crossing the sea by deception plan can be considered to be flawless. Even the plan that I came up with was partially based on the essence of the crossing the sea by deception plan. Overall, it can't compare to his crossing the sea by deception plan. Whoosh! Sima Changfeng's words caused a stir in the classroom without any suspense. None of them had imagined that a dignified star mastermind department teacher of Paladin Academy would actually display an attitude of feeling inferior to a new student. However, when they thought about it, they felt relieved. Duan Lingtian's plan of crossing the sea by deception was indeed admirable and impeccable. This teacher is quite interesting. Duan Lingtian stared at Sima Changfeng, slightly surprised. Generally speaking, a teacher would want to maintain their reputation to a certain extent. It was impossible for them to admit that they were inferior to a student in certain aspects. Sima Changfeng, however, appeared magnanimous and didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Such a demeanor was worthy of admiration. Very quickly, an entire morning's time passed amidst Sima Changfeng's long speech. It had to be said that Sima Changfeng's lectures were rather interesting and had a lot of interactions. Not a single one of the 18 new students present had been absent-minded throughout the entire morning. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel admiration for Sima Changfeng's profound knowledge. When it was close to noon, Sima Changfeng put away the proof of enrollment of Duan Lingtian and the others and gave each of them an exquisite little command token. The front and back of the token were exactly the same, and besides some patterns on the sides, the 2 words Paladin were inscribed in the center. This is Paladin Academy's student command token. You can use this command token to enter and leave Paladin Academy in the future. When Sima Changfeng spoke up to hear, his wise eyes abruptly became somewhat fierce. However, if someone uses this command token to bully the good and commit crimes outside as a student of Paladin Academy has the right to take back the command token and expel the person from Paladin Academy. Sima Changfeng's warning caused some of the students present who originally intended to show off with the command token to dispel the thoughts that had just arisen. They had spent a tremendous amount of effort to be able to enter Paladin Academy, and only they themselves knew the hardships involved. Now that they had become students of Paladin Academy, they would receive even more attention and bring honor to their family. If they were expelled from Paladin Academy, then they would really lose all face. Paladin Academy is divided into a total of 6 years. You are all first-year students. First-year students attend classes for 5 days and rest for 2 days. According to the Academy's regulations, Star Mastermind Department students attend classes in the morning, eat lunch in the Academy's cafeteria, and have free time in the martial arts practice field in the afternoon. You can discuss the martial Tao with others, and you can also spar with others, but you cannot harm your life. After Sima Changfeng finished speaking, he left. Let's go eat. Xiao Sun stood up and called out to Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. The 3 of them arrived at the cafeteria, found an empty table, and sat down around it. The cafeteria within Paladin Academy was similar to the restaurants outside. After a short while, an attendant walked up and respectfully asked, "What would the 3 young masters like to eat?" The 3 of them ordered a few dishes and a jug of wine. That teacher Sima from today has profound knowledge and is admirable. Xiao Yu sighed with emotion. Indeed. Duan Lingtian agreed. Xiao Sun glanced at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression. Duan Lingtian, I don't find it strange that Xiao Yu said he admires teacher Sima. But you, a student who was able to think of the crossing the ocean by deception plan and made teacher Sima feel ashamed of his inferiority, would still admire teacher Sima? The more he thought about the crossing the ocean by deception plan that Duan Lingtian talked about in class today, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unfathomable. This plan could not only be used on the battlefield, it could be used in many other areas. It was an extremely practical plan. Hearing Xiao Sun's words, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up in embarrassment. The crossing the ocean by deception plan wasn't something he thought of himself, but rather copied from the 36 stratagems from his previous life. Now that Xiao Sun said that he thought of it, his face couldn't help but heat up. Soon, more and more students arrived at the cafeteria. Among these students, there were new students around the age of 20, and there were also senior students who were a little over 20. After a short while, the spacious cafeteria was filled with people. Some students could only stand at the side and wait. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice came from afar. It was Tian Hu and Su Li. Although the table wasn't big, 5 people could still squeeze in. Why are you guys so late? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Don't mention it. There are a lot of people in our Star General department, and we were divided into 2 other classes. We were also unlucky to be assigned to Nyo Ben's class. That Nyo Ben is a freak. In the classroom, he only said a few words about the way of a general before dragging us to the martial arts practice field to run. After running for an entire morning, I'm exhausted to death. Tian Hu cursed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that Tian Hu's clothes were drenched in sweat. Tian Hu, it's you who can't do it, right? I see that Su Li's face isn't red, nor is he panting. It doesn't seem to be as exaggerated as you said. Xiao Yu glanced at Su Li, who was leisurely and composed, and laughed in ridicule. Can I compare to him? He's a freak. Tian, who was just about to say that Su Li was a freak when he noticed Su Li's gaze that was like a sword looking at him, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. So to speak, our Star Mastermind department is actually more relaxed than you guys. We spent the entire morning enjoying ourselves in the classroom. Xiao Sun laughed. If I knew earlier, I would have chosen the Star Mastermind department. Tian, who said with slight regret, Are you cut out for that? Su Li snorted coldly as he spoke in disdain. Duan Lingtian and the others started laughing. If Tian, who were to really be the mastermind that came up with strategies, it would indeed be quite difficult for him. After a short while, the steaming hot dishes were served. Duan Lingtian asked the attendant to add 2 more pairs of bowls and chopsticks. The 5 of them had just picked up their chopsticks and were about to start eating. Hey, the few of you, leave the money for this meal and you can leave. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice broke the temporary silence at Duan Lingtian's table. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a young man around the age of 20, and behind him were 3 other young men of similar ages. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, these 4 people ought to be the old students of year 2. Is there something wrong with you? Tian, who stared with his pair of eyes that were as large as gongs. He wasn't afraid in the slightest as he stared at the person in the lead. Kid, I told you to put down the money and F***K off. Didn't you hear me? The face of the young man in the lead sank. At this time last year, when faced with the threats of the senior students as a new student, although he was indignant in his heart, he still obediently put down the money for the meal and scram. Now, a group of new students had come to the academy. He originally thought that he could show off his power as a senior student, but who knew that he actually encountered a tough nut to crack. He couldn't maintain his composure anymore. Didn't you hear that I told you to scram? Remember to put down the money for this meal. Take it as being filial to us. In the future, we'll protect you in the academy. What are you looking at? Scram! The other few young men spoke out as well, and all of them seemed to have transformed into glaring Vajras. Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings and noticed that many new students were facing a similar situation. Most of the new students chose to swallow their anger, put down the money, and leave, giving the table of good wine and dishes they ordered to the senior students who threatened them. These days, there are such annoying flies everywhere. It's really annoying. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He directly picked up some food and started eating, treating the 4 senior students as heir. Tian Hu, who was originally in a rage, was stunned for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I didn't expect that flies these days would be so poor. They actually don't even have money to eat. If it were up to me, it's fine if you don't have money. Kneel down and sing a little song. Maybe if this grandpa is happy, he'll reward you with a few pieces of silver. Hearing Duan Lingtian and Tian Hu's words, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun burst into laughter. They didn't pay attention to the 4 senior students who were glaring angrily at them, and they minded their own business and started eating. As for Su Li, he swept through the food on the table with a cold expression and didn't have much fluctuation in his emotions. You all, Chapter 149. Good. Very good. All of you wait. Although the young man in the lead was furious and wished for nothing more than to immediately put down the 5 new students in front of him, he didn't dare to make a move within the cafeteria. This cafeteria was a business under the name of a vice dean of Paladin Academy, and the group of attendants within the cafeteria were the vice dean's eyes and ears. If he dared to make a move within the cafeteria, even if he was lucky enough to not die, he would still lose a layer of skin. He might even be expelled from Paladin Academy. In Paladin Academy, the dean almost never showed his face. Even among the 6th grade students, only a few had seen the dean in person. Normally, it was the 2 vice deans who were in charge. The vice deans had absolute authority. The 4 senior students quickly left Duan Lingtian's table and walked towards a nearby table. After making the new students at that table leave their money and scram, they directly sat down and ate their food in large mouthfuls, not forgetting to occasionally stare coldly at Duan Lingtian's table. It was as if they were afraid that Duan Lingtian's group of 5 would disappear before their eyes. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 didn't pay any attention to them, minding their own business as they ate their food and drank their wine, feeling extremely satisfied. So full! After a while, Duan Lingtian was full and burped with a satisfied smile on his face. Xiao Yu and the others were full as well. Let's go out for a walk and digest. Duan Lingtian was the first to stand up, and the 5 of them slowly walked out of the cafeteria. As expected, the 4 senior students who had long since wolfed down their food followed the footsteps of Duan Lingtian's group of 5. After exiting the cafeteria, they surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that they were surrounded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Since you new students don't know the rules, as your seniors, we'll properly teach you the rules today. The face of the young man in the lead seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. The other 3 young men also stared fiercely at Duan Lingtian's group of 5. F***K off. Su Li hugged the sheathed longsword. His eyes narrowed and his voice was cold and detached. It was as if it came from an ice cave, causing one's mind to tremble. The 4 youths were stunned, and then their faces were filled with anger. No matter what, they were still second-year students. Now, they were actually being trampled on by a first-year student. If news of this were to spread, how would they be able to maintain a foothold in Paladin Academy in the future? Brett, you're courting death. The face of the young man who was close to Su Li sank as he flew into a rage. His figure flashed as he charged towards Su Li. Above him, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 6th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that this senior student was going to be in trouble. Boom! The young man struck out with his palm, condensing his origin energy and emitting a scorching hot aura. It was as if a layer of origin energy flames had enveloped Su Li. Hao Ji's mystic flame palm is indeed worthy of being a high-grade, profound, rank martial skill at the perfection stage. His origin energy is almost condensing into flames. Humph! This first-year student dares to be arrogant and act cool in front of us? He's courting death. The other 2 youths that surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others sneered. But in the next moment, the smiles on their faces completely froze. Whoosh! They didn't see how Su Li moved, but a strand of sword light whistled out before instantly returning to its sheath with a clang. And right at this instant, the young man who executed the mystic flame palm to deal with Su Li abruptly emitted a shrill and miserable cry. Chi! A strand of fresh blood shot out from his wrist. The origin energy in the weak palm strike dispersed completely, and the young man's body was carried out by inertia. With a bang, he fell onto the ground in an extremely sorry state. The other 3 youths subconsciously retreated a few steps, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. 10. The strength of 10 ancient mammoths. 7th level of the core formation stage. A trace of terror appeared in their eyes as they gazed at the 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes that gradually dissipated above the cold young man. At this moment, they all felt that they had really hit the jackpot. Amongst the grade 1 students, there were only a few that had a cultivation at the 7th level of the core formation stage. However, it just so happened that they encountered it. Although they were grade 2 students in their year, they were only at the bottom of the batch of students. Even though they had already been at Paladin Academy for a year, they were still stuck at the bottleneck of the 6th level of the core formation stage and were unable to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. Some of the students that came out to watch the show, no matter if they were new students or old students, were all stunned. 7th level of the core formation stage, and they were new students. Their gazes all descended onto the cold figure that held the sheathed sword. Su Li's sword skill is even faster. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. The speed at which Su Li drew his sword earlier was completely not inferior to his sword drawing arts, and when executed with a cultivation at the 7th level of the core formation stage, it moved like thunder and was swift like lightning, except for Tian who wasn't surprised in the slightest. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes slightly constricted, and their faces were filled with astonishment. They never imagined that Su Li would be so strong. Based on Su Li's sword strike from before, Su Li's strength could be considered to be at the top even amongst most 7th level core formation martial artists. Hee, didn't the 3 of you want to teach us the rules? Why did you all retreat so far? What are you afraid? Tian, who looked at the 3 young men that retreated and laughed complacently. The 3 young men's expressions were as unsightly as they could be. They lowered their heads in shame, helped up the injured young man, and left dejectedly. Su Li, you let him off too easily. I originally thought you were going to break his hand, but I didn't expect that you only injured his flesh. This isn't like your style. Withdrawing his complacent gaze, Tian, who looked at Su Li and shook his head as he spoke. Humph. Su Li coldly snorted and coolly walked forward, not paying any attention to Tian Hu. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Tian Hu, in your eyes, a severed hand tendon can only be considered a flesh wound. He clearly saw Su Li's sword strike from before. That young man's hand could be considered to be completely crippled. Severed hand tendon? Tian, who was dumbstruck, on the ground. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were shocked to the point that their eyes constricted. To a martial artist, a severed hand tendon was no different from having an arm chopped off. Su Li stopped in his tracks and turned around to glance at Duan Lingtian. Battle intent rose in his eyes. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian actually clearly saw his sword strike from before. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. Duan Lingtian's strength had improved once again. Duan Lingtian and the others walked away in large strides, leaving behind a group of new students and advanced students looking at each other in dismay. Traces of fear appeared in their eyes. I didn't expect that such a ruthless person would appear among this year's new students. Remember that person well. Don't provoke him. They had a lingering fear in their hearts. What are you all doing here? Right at this moment, a red-clothed girl walked out of the cafeteria. The red-clothed girl's eyes contained insufferably arrogance as she condescendingly asked the group of students outside with a superior appearance. Every student that was able to enter Paladin Academy was a proud and arrogant person, so no one paid attention to this red-clothed girl. The red-clothed girl's face instantly sank. Hey, Big Sister Li is asking you all a question. Are all of you mute? Do you all know who Big Sister Li is? Behind the red-clothed girl, a brown-clothed girl glared angrily at the surrounding group of students. Let me tell you all, Big Sister Li is the niece of Concubine Ling, the cousin of the 5th prince. The cousin of the 5th prince? The group of male students present shuddered, and their eyes shone. When they looked at the red-clothed girl again, their faces were full of flattery. each and every one of them seemed to have become a different person. So it's Miss Lee. I've long heard that Miss Lee has a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. A male student with a wretched appearance said flatteringly. Yeah, Miss Lee's natural beauty is truly a peerless beauty. Seeing Miss Lee today, I know that the ancients didn't deceive me. An appearance that outshines the moon and shames the flowers, an appearance that captivates the birds and beasts, actually does exist. The students that didn't pay attention to Tong Li earlier were now like bulls that had eaten aphrodisiac and were extremely excited. They all wanted to follow Tong Li's lead and climb up the social ladder. Tong Li's originally gloomy face eased up slightly and she snorted coldly. This miss is asking all of you, what are all of you doing here? And that pool of blood should have just been left behind. What happened here? Immediately, the surrounding male students began to talk at once about the ins and outs of the matter. New student, 7th level of the core formation stage. Tong Li's beautiful eyes focused, and a trace of a strange flowing light flashed within. Actually, with her natural talent in the martial Dao, it was practically impossible for her to pass the entrance exam of the 18 counties and enter Paladin Academy by herself. The reason she was able to enter was because she relied on her connections to obtain a recommendation from the imperial family. And the main reason she came to Paladin Academy was to find a son-in-law. Her heart was loftier than the heavens, and she swore to find a peerless man. Now that she heard of the young man that used a sword, although she hadn't seen him with her own eyes, she still felt a trace of interest. She wanted to get to know him. At this moment, the Su Li that Tong Li wanted to get to know had already arrived at a bamboo forest behind Paladin Academy with Duan Lingtian and the others. This time, when faced with Su Li's challenge, Duan Lingtian agreed, and he didn't display an even stronger strength to make Su Li retreat in the face of difficulties. He decided to limit his strength and battle Su Li with a strength that was equal to Su Li's. Su Li's sword skill aroused his battle intent. The bamboo forest was quiet and secluded. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who stood at the side as spectators. Duan Lingtian and Su Li stood facing each other. Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at Su Li. At this moment, in his eyes, Su Li seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that would whistle out at any moment. Compared to a year ago, not only did Su Li's cultivation increase rapidly, even his cultivation had increased by quite a bit. Duan Lingtian, be careful. Su Li spoke in a low voice, and in the next moment his entire body moved, as if he had transformed into a sharp sword that flew out and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes galloped out. Come at me. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he followed Su Li and moved. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure trembled as he also displayed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an agile serpent as he moved forward to meet Su Li. In terms of speed, both of them had attained the perfection stage in their high, grade, profound, rank movement techniques, and there wasn't much difference between them. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed astonishment. Chapter 150. Whoosh, whoosh, accompanying the two incomparably swift figures crisscrossing past each other. 2 sword howls sounded out at almost the exact same time in almost an instant. Clang! 2 swift swords that seemed to have the help of the gods collided together before abruptly separating. Duan Lingtian and Su Li exchanged positions and once again stood in confrontation. In their first confrontation, they were actually evenly matched. 2 freaks. Tian, who muttered when he saw this scene. Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but be moved. Xiao Yu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength was already strong to such an extent. Xiao Sun was even more surprised. He could practically confirm that among the 7th level core formation martial artists of the Shao clan's younger generation. There was absolutely no one that was a match for the two people in battle. Their swords were too swift. A violet sword light and a red sword light could be vaguely seen flashing past, and with a clang there was no more movement. Su Li, since your sword is a spirit weapon, why don't you use the amplification of your spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian stared at Su Li as he asked, Aren't you useless as well? Su Li replied with a question. I want to see your strongest strength. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he slowly spoke. Understood. Su Li nodded as he stomped on the ground. His entire body was suffused with origin energy, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that whistled out, sweeping up dust that filled the sky. A strand of red sword light followed like a shadow as it flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Instantly, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Su Li. The extra strength of the ancient mammoth was precisely the amplification of the grade 9 spirit weapon in Su Li's hand. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as his body moved, exploding out with the strength of 10 ancient mammoths as he instantly met Su Li's attack head-on. His nimble, flexible, and tough body was like a spirit serpent, and when he met Su Li's attack head-on, another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above Duan Lingtian out of thin air. 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Clang! The two of them clashed again. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Su Li's other hand struck out with a palm strike. Raging yuan power wrapped around it and landed on Duan Lingtian's body. It was actually another high-grade, profound class martial skill at the perfection stage. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian quickly activated his defensive martial skill. He did not expect that other than Su Li's astonishing sword skills, Su Li had also cultivated another set of martial skills. Moreover, the power of that martial skill was extraordinary. Su Li's palm landed on Duan Lingtian's defensive chi barrier. Duan Lingtian's defensive aura shook, causing Su Li's palm strike to tremble slightly. In an instant, it was countered by Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's defensive aura shield also cracked. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move, and his other arm abruptly swung up before directly swinging out. It was like a python swinging its tail. Boom! Su Li's internal organs were already shaken by the counterattack of Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill, greater teleportation. Now the sword in his right hand was blocked by Duan Lingtian's sword. Facing Duan Lingtian's sweeping arm, Su Li was unable to dodge and was directly blasted flying. Luckily, Duan Lingtian withdrew his strength in time, so Su Li wasn't heavily injured. Su Li's body flew out and was barely able to stand firm, and he felt the vital energy and blood in his body roil. Su Li didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly withdrew a 9th-grade gold injury pill and consumed it. Only then did he recover slightly. Duan Lingtian won. Tian, who had a dumbstruck expression. Earlier, he originally thought that Duan Lingtian would at most be on par with Su Li. When he saw Su Li's palm strike towards Duan Lingtian, he thought that Duan Lingtian was about to lose. He never imagined that Su Li had always been concealing his strength. Besides his sword skills, his martial skills were extremely shocking as well. But the scene that happened next caused his mood to be like a roller coaster, rising and falling continuously. Duan Lingtian executed a defensive martial skill to block Su Li's palm strike, then swung out his arm to blast Su Li flying. Seeing Su Li's current expression, he understood that Su Li had lost. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so strong. Xiao Sun sighed in admiration. I also never imagined that after not seeing him for just over a year, his strength would have increased by so much. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated. It could be said that he'd watched Duan Lingtian grow up step by step. From when Duan Lingtian revealed his talent at the Genius Gathering, to when Duan Lingtian defeated him to become the first in the Hidden Dragon list, to when Duan Lingtian was in high spirits in the Genius Camp. Duan Lingtian repeatedly created miracles, causing him to be almost numb. Unknowingly, the youth whose strength was only slightly superior to him had now reached a level that was difficult for him to reach. Duan Lingtian, I never imagined that after a year, I'm still inferior to you. Su Li lightly sighed, but he wasn't discouraged, and the battle intent in his eyes didn't decrease in the slightest. However, I'll take you as my goal. There'll be a day when I'll defeat you. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. Su Li was the martial artist with the strongest disposition he'd ever seen in his entire life. Not discouraged despite being defeated, and becoming more courageous as the battle progressed. Of course, within the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there were also many similar figures. All of those figures were existences that had created a world that belonged to them. They were all great figures that were renowned throughout the world. Duan Lingtian firmly believed, so long as Su Li's tenacious martial Dao heart was eternal, then in the future he would surely become an expert that was renowned throughout the world. What's the arrangement of your star general department for the afternoon? After putting away the violet myrtle flexible sword, Duan Lingtian looked towards Su Li and Tian, who, as he asked. Tian, who slowly said, Niu Ben only said to be at the classroom on time. As for the rest, I don't know for now. What about you guys? We're free to move about in the martial arts practice field in the afternoon. When the time is up, we can leave the academy. Xiao Yu smiled. Your star mastermind department is really cool. Tian, who had a face full of envy, but unfortunately he wasn't cut out for it. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. It's about time now. Let's go. Walking out of the bamboo forest, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun headed towards the martial arts practice field. As for Su Li and Tian Hu, they headed towards their star general department's classroom. After arriving at the martial arts practice field, Duan Lingtian noticed that there weren't many people. Besides their first-year star mastermind department students, there seemed to be a few other years star mastermind department students. For the entire afternoon, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were full of interest as they discussed the martial Dao and compared notes with others. Duan Lingtian was lying on a large tree outside the martial arts practice field, snoring loudly. When he woke up, he noticed that most of the people in the martial arts practice field had already left. Duan Lingtian, you're really carefree, sleeping for the entire afternoon. Let's go get a drink? At some point in time, Xiao Yu arrived under the tree. He raised his head and looked towards Duan Lingtian as he asked with a smile, Another day. I've been out for the entire day. My family is probably worried. Duan Lingtian refused. Before he came today, he didn't know that Paladin Academy students were not allowed to leave the academy at noon and had to stay at the academy for lunch. The beauties at home were definitely worried. Okay, Xiao Yu didn't insist and left Paladin Academy with Xiao Sun, returning to the Xiao clan. Duan Lingtian returned to his own courtyard house. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The three girls at home were all worried about him. He'd only just entered the house when the three girls started asking questions. Only when he explained the reason did the three girls heave a sigh of relief. That night, after eating dinner, Duan Lingtian continued cultivating the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique. He kept feeling that he was about to break through, but seemed to lack some sort of opportunity. Never mind, I'll take it slow. There's no rush. Perhaps it was because of his mentality. After falling into a deep sleep, Duan Lingtian, who cultivated according to his usual routine, didn't persist on breaking through in his heart. But right at this moment, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian to be overjoyed appeared. Bang! His origin energy broke through the bottleneck as if it had the help of the gods. Instantly, his cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. This works too? Needless to say, to Duan Lingtian, this was an extremely pleasant surprise. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was able to sense that his spiritual force had undergone a change along with this. Now, when he sensed the things in his surroundings, they seemed to be even clearer. This is the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly shone. "Young master, it's time to eat." Kerr's voice sounded out from outside the room. "Kerr, you two eat first. I'll come out after I finish putting on my clothes." At the same time that Duan Lingtian was putting on his clothes, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu ceaselessly flashed within his mind. What he needed to do now was to select an inscription that could be inscribed with the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist from Samsara Emperor Wu's innumerable memories of inscriptions. There were many inscriptions of this level, and offensive inscriptions occupied the vast majority. As for the other inscriptions, Duan Lingtian didn't study them. The silver in his possession was at most sufficient to buy the materials required to inscribe 3 inscriptions that were sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. He wouldn't waste it on other inscriptions. Only offensive inscriptions were the foundation to protect his life. After putting on his clothes, Duan Lingtian arrived at the rear courtyard. Normally, he, his mother, Li Ro, and the 2 little girls would eat here. As the owner of the house, Duan Lingtian had personally issued a confinement order. Besides their family, only Xiong Quan and Jingru were allowed to enter the rear courtyard. "Tian, what are you so happy about?" Li Ro noticed Duan Lingtian's flushed face and asked curiously. "Mom, it's nothing. I just had a breakthrough in my cultivation." Duan Lingtian casually said. What he cared about wasn't the breakthrough in his cultivation, but the breakthrough in his spiritual force. The breakthrough in his cultivation only allowed him to gain the strength of an ancient mammoth, and it wasn't much. But the breakthrough in his spiritual force was sufficient to allow him to inscribe an inscription that could annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. "Scoundrel! I heard from Xiong Quan that there's a piece of news that's been spreading like wildfire in the inner city recently. It said that 2 months ago, an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild. It ought to be you, right?" Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. She still remembered that 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian had disguised himself and left the house. That incident seemed to have happened on that very day. "Since you've already guessed it, why are you still asking?" Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Fei. Then his gaze moved down to descend onto Li Fei's full pair of jade peaks. His lower abdomen felt a burst of heat and had a reaction. Now that he thought about it, it had been some time since he'd taken care of this little girl. Chapter 151. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed the desire that arose within his heart, and after finishing his breakfast, he left the rear courtyard. "Xiong Quan!" After finding Xiong Quan in the front courtyard, Duan Lingtian took out a brush and paper, and with a wave of his hand, he wrote down the names of a large pile of materials. "Gather these materials for me as soon as possible. Here's 10 million silver, take it." At the same time that he passed the paper filled with materials to Xiong Quan, Duan Lingtian withdrew all the silver from his spatial ring, a total of 10 million silver, and passed it all to Xiong Quan. "Yes, young master." Xiong Quan respectfully replied, and after Duan Lingtian left the house, he left as well. When Duan Lingtian arrived at Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department classroom, he noticed that Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were already there. "You two are really early." Class hadn't started yet, so the 3 of them gathered together and whispered as they chatted. "Right, Xiao Sun, you're a disciple of the Xiao clan. Do you know what cultivation level a Void Stage expert in the Crimson Sky Kingdom is?" "According to my knowledge, some Void Stage experts aren't at the true Void Stage, but are only at the half-step Void Stage, and their cultivations are still at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he asked Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. Others might not know, but I just happen to know. Actually, the void stage experts that are widely rumored in the Crimson Sky Kingdom are very different from the void stage experts that are rumored to be able to fly. For example, the county governors of the 18 counties under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the guard commanders of the 3 great merchant groups, and the void stage experts of our Shao clan. They're all only martial artists at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, which is the half-step void stage you spoke of. They can at most float in the air for a while, but are unable to truly fly. Xiao Sun slowly said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected, it was just as he thought. The divine might Marquis Nieyuan was also in existence like this. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there ought to be a true void stage expert that can fly, right? Duan Lingtian immediately thought of the divine might Marquis estates, old Marquis, that old man. Although the old man was poisoned by the dark nether mink and his origin energy was suppressed, he was still a true void stage powerhouse, an existence at the void prying stage. Of course, Xiao Sun nodded, and his gaze revealed reverence. According to legend, there are 3 true void stage experts in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Imperial family has 1, the Divine Might Marquis estate has 1, and the Ghastly Shadow has 1. Ghost Shadow? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He didn't find it strange that the Imperial family had a true emptiness realm expert. After all, that was an existence that stood at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's pyramid. But that Ghastly Shadow, a mere assassin organization, actually had a true void stage expert holding down the fort? Right, it's enough for the 2 of you to know about this. Try not to spread it out. These are the secrets of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. If it wasn't for me pestering my grandfather that day, he wouldn't have told me. Xiao Sun finished speaking and added another sentence. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu both nodded, indicating that they understood. And how many people know that the void stage experts that are widely spread outside are practically only half-step void stage experts, and not true void stage experts? Xiao Sun lightly sighed. In the following idle chatter, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the distribution of powers within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the power that stood at the peak was undoubtedly the Imperial family. The void stage expert within the Imperial family was said to be the strongest existence within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the void stage experts of the Ghastly Shadow and the Divine Might Marquis estate were inferior to that person. The 2 great powers that were only inferior to the Imperial family were the Ghastly Shadow and the Divine Might Marquis estate. Every one of them had a true void stage expert holding down the fort. The next 6 great powers were respectively the 3 great clans of the Imperial City, the Duan clan, the Shao clan, the Su clan, and the 3 great trading companies that included the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Within these 6 great powers, there were many half-step void stage experts. Behind them were the 18 county governors' estates under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and every single one of them had a half-step void stage expert. Divine Might Marquis estate. The current Divine Might Marquis estate is probably inferior to the 3 great clans and 3 great trading companies. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He understood that the glory of the Divine Might Marquis estate originated from the senior Marquis. The Divine Might Marquis estate was still like the sun in the midday sky, and it was all because the senior Marquis was still alive. Even though the senior Marquis was poisoned by the dark nether mink, no one dared look down upon the Divine Might Marquis estate. Just like a tiger, even if it was sick, it was still a tiger, and was far from something a kitten or puppy could compare to. Of course, if the senior Marquis were to pass away one day, then the Divine Might Marquis estate would completely decline. Unless the Divine Might Marquis estate was able to produce a true void stage expert. Unknowingly, Everyone in the classroom had arrived, and the teacher, Sima Changfeng, had also arrived. However, for the entire morning, even though Duan Lingtian was in the classroom, his heart had flown off somewhere. He was constantly thinking about Xiong Quan go and gather materials, and he wondered how Xiong Quan was doing now. The offensive inscriptions I can inscribe now are sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul stage martial artist, and 90% and above of them are unable to pose a threat to a half-step void stage expert. Only a few inscriptions are sufficient to annihilate a half-step void stage expert. However, those few inscriptions each require an extremely precious material, and it would probably be extremely difficult to gather them in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's thoughts drifted as he pondered for a moment. Never mind, why am I thinking so much? Could it be that the Fifth Prince and the Duan clan's second master, Duan Roulet, are able to order a half-step void stage expert to deal with me? Thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule. Even though there were many half-step void stage experts in the imperial family and the Duan clan, not just anyone could order them around, not to mention being sent out to deal with a youth like him. Overall, his gains today were not bad. At the very least, he had a certain understanding of the various powers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. At noon, Duan Lingtian and the others gathered together to eat. Humph! Suddenly, one of the youths that walked into the cafeteria from afar shot an incomparably icy gaze at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this Duan Rong looks like he won't let this go. Be careful. Xiao Yu recognized this person and frowned as he spoke with a serious expression. It's fine, he's just a clown. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, It's better to be careful. The wife of the Duan clan's second master is famous for being vicious and merciless. There was once a servant girl who called her fat woman in private, and she heard it. Guess what happened? As Xiao Sun finished speaking, he started to speak in riddles. Killed by her. Tian, who guessed? No. Xiao Sun shook his head. All right, stop keeping us in suspense. Speak, what happened in the end? Xiao Yu scolded with a smile. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed a trace of being unable to bear it. In the end, she ordered someone to pour water into that servant girl's stomach. Continuously pouring water for a day and night, it finally caused that servant girl's stomach to burst open. Supposedly, her intestines flowed all over the floor. F***K. You're talking about this when we're eating. Tian, whose face went cold. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. The wife of the Duan clan's second master, the mother of that Duan Lingxing. As expected, they were jackals of the same lair. Their entire family was so vicious and merciless. Young Miss Li, he's the person who severed the tendons in the hands of the grade 2 student yesterday. Suddenly, a flattering voice sounded out from afar, and a young man with a wretched appearance arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and stretched out his hand to point at Su Li. F***K off! Su Li's gaze went cold, and his voice was cold like ice. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions. It's just that young Miss Li wants to get to know you. The young man with a wretched appearance was terrified to the point his face went pale. He'd personally witnessed Su Li's ability at noon yesterday, and didn't think that he was a match for Su Li. Su Li frowned and looked behind the young man with a wretched appearance. A red, clothed young woman was walking over while being escorted by another young woman. It's her. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused when he saw the red, clothed young woman. The person that appeared before him now was none other than the young woman he'd taught a lesson in the restaurant in the outer city that day. She was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, and at the same time the cousin of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's fifth prince. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian noticed that because of the angle, the young woman didn't seem to have noticed him. Moreover, the young woman seemed to only have Su Li in her eyes now. "Hello, I'm Tong Li." Before Su Li, Tong Li actually put away her usual arrogant appearance, and her face revealed a trace of a light smile. "Su Li." Su Li indifferently nodded to Tong Li. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. It can't be. This young woman is actually interested in Su Li? Too absurd. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who all glanced ambiguously at Su Li, as they'd noticed an inkling. Su Li only glanced at Tong Li before withdrawing his gaze, and indifferently said, "If there's nothing else, don't disturb our meal." Tong Li's gaze focused, and a trace of rage appeared on her face. "Are you going to flare up?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. As expected, a leopard can't change its spots. "Su Li, what do you mean by this? This young lady greeting you is your honor. You, don't be unable to tell what's good for you." Tong Li completely flared up and recovered her true nature as she shouted with a stern voice. As far as she was concerned, she'd already given Su Li enough face by humbly greeting him. But Su Li having such an attitude caused her to be unable to endure it. Her attitude from before that was normal in the eyes of others, in her own eyes, could already be considered to be humbling herself. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who were stunned. The current Tong Li was simply like a completely different person from the Tong Li from before. It said that women are fickle, but isn't this change a bit too exaggerated? F***K off. Su Li's face sank, and his gaze went slightly cold as he shouted in a low voice, You dare tell me to F***K off? Tong Li's face went pale. Besides that violet-clothed youth who didn't know what was good for him, there was actually someone who dared to shout at her like this. Chapter 152. Miss Tong, do you want to use the whip in your hand to teach Su Li a lesson now? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Tong Li with a spurious smile. The voice that entered her ears caused Tong Li to feel as if she was jolted awake from a dream. When she slightly turned her head around, she noticed that the person at the same table as Su Li was precisely the violet-clothed youth that had given her over 10 slaps in the restaurant in the outer city 3 months ago. Instantly, her face went ghastly pale. It's you. She never would have imagined that she would encounter this violet-clothed youth here. As far as she was concerned, this youth was a devil. Perhaps normally, she wished for nothing more than to kill this youth as soon as possible. However, when the youth really appeared before her eyes, her heart couldn't help but tremble. The scene in the restaurant 3 months ago had already left a shadow in her heart. What, is Miss Tong very surprised? Duan Lingtian grinned as if he was greeting an acquaintance. You know her? Su Li's brows raised as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with a slightly strange gaze. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who also looked at Duan Lingtian. They noticed as well. When this Tong Li saw Duan Lingtian, she was like a mouse that saw a cat. They faintly guessed that something that they didn't know of must have happened between Duan Lingtian and Tong Li. Tong Li took a deep breath, and only now did she realize that this was Paladin Academy and she was very safe. Instantly, her eyes went cold as she stared at Duan Lingtian. This miss has been looking for you for 3 months, but I didn't expect that you would deliver yourself to me. Let's see where you'll hide this time. You're dead. I'll get my cousin to catch you, and I'll personally tear you into 1,000 pieces, burn your bones, and scatter your ashes. What? Could it be that Miss Tong thinks that I don't dare touch you in Paladin Academy? Hearing Tong Li's threat, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. So what if I do? Tong Li coldly snorted as killing intent flickered in her eyes. She would never forget what happened 3 months ago. Only if this purple-robed youth died in front of her would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. Whoosh! A purple light flashed past. Pa! At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who had left a seat, returned to his seat. Since the other party wanted to tear him into pieces and grind his bones to dust, there was no need for him to be courteous. You, Tong Li, who had a palm print on her face, had an icy cold gaze. This purple-clothed youth had actually hit her again, and in front of so many Paladin Academy students. How could she continue to maintain her foothold in Paladin Academy? Her eyes were completely shrouded in anger and hatred, and the hand holding the black whip began to tremble. But she didn't dare to make a move, because she knew that once she made a move, she would suffer even more terrifying revenge. Su Li, Xiao Yu, and the others were stunned. They also realized that between Duan Lingtian and this red-clothed girl, there seemed to be a deep and irreconcilable hatred that was difficult to resolve. They had also heard the red-clothed girl's ruthless words earlier. She actually hated Duan Lingtian to such an extent. The girl behind Tong Li didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would dare hit Tong Li. After staring blankly for a moment, her expression changed, and she looked at Duan Lingtian as she fiercely shouted, "You're dead! Do you know who she is? That's right, you're dead. You even dared to hit Miss Li." The wretched-looking young man also looked at Duan Lingtian, as if he had seen something inconceivable. "Who is she?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then looked at Tong Li again. "Isn't she the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, the cousin of the 5th prince? Miss Tong, am I right? The daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, the cousin of the 5th prince?" The Paladin Academy students present probably didn't care much about the first identity, but the second identity was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone besides Duan Lingtian to change. The 5th prince was a member of the imperial family, the son of the current emperor. The nobility of his status was something that not many people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. The expressions of Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who greatly changed. They never imagined that this red-clothed girl would have such an identity. She was actually the cousin of the 5th prince. Su Li's brows raised, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of coldness. You know this young lady's identity, yet you still dare hit this young lady?" Tong Li stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if she was looking at a madman. "If I didn't hit you earlier, would you let me off?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "How could that be possible? This young lady will surely return the gift you gave me that day 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even a 10,000-fold. Wanting this young lady to let you off is simply the ravings of a fool." Tong Li sneered, feeling that Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different than a dead person. "Isn't that fine? If I didn't hit you, you wouldn't let me off. Then why should I be afraid of you?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. Whoosh! His figure moved once more. Slap, 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 slap. Slap after slap sounded out clearly. Before long, Tong Li's face had once again turned into a pig's head like 3 months ago. You, a burning pain came from her face, causing Tong Li to be almost numb. But she seemed to be unable to feel the pain now. She only felt incomparably ashamed, and her eyes were filled with malice. "I what?" Duan Lingtian sneered, and his eyes squinted with awe-inspiring, killing intent. This Tong Li had a high and mighty appearance at that time, as if everyone was only an ant before her later on. When he taught Tong Li a lesson, he originally thought that she would repent, but the facts proved that his education of Tong Li at that time was a failure. Otherwise, Tong Li wouldn't have come before him and threatened to tear him into pieces, burn his bones, and scatter his ashes. As far as he was concerned, since Tong Li had long since hated him to the bone, and what was done couldn't be undone, then what harm was there in teaching her another lesson? In any case, he'd never thought that Tong Li would be able to shake hands and make peace with him. Why not be more carefree and do whatever you want? If you can't stand the sight of it, then beat you. Beat you until you don't dare be complacent. Beat you until you don't dare be arrogant. Beat you until you don't dare talk back. Tong Li took a deep breath, yet didn't dare say another word. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak again, this violet-clothed young man would not hesitate to make a move against her. She chose to endure. When she noticed the strange gazes that were looking at her from the surroundings, her heart was trembling and warping. The hatred in her eyes had practically reached the limit. In this lifetime, if she existed, then this violet-clothed young man wouldn't exist. And if this violet-clothed young man existed, then she wouldn't exist. You'll regret it. Tong Li finally couldn't help but leave behind these vicious words, and then she turned around and left, not daring to look back. The young woman who was originally following behind Tong Li and had been scared silly since long ago finally reacted. She glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear, and then chased after the direction Tong Li left. In the spacious cafeteria, the corner Duan Lingtian was at was deathly silent. All the people who didn't recognize Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with terror. This violet-clothed young man was actually not even afraid of the fifth prince. Who the hell was he? Being stared at by so many people, Duan Lingtian frowned and swept his cold gaze over. Instantly, these people withdrew their gazes and didn't dare look at Duan Lingtian again. The shock in their hearts was difficult to calm down for a long time. Only then did Duan Lingtian return to his seat. Duan Lingtian Xiao Yu had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant, actually daring to beat up the cousin of the fifth prince, and even to such an extent for a moment he didn't know what to say. Duan Lingtian, you're too impulsive. Xiao Sun frowned. He was a member of the Xiao clan and had a rather good understanding of the fifth prince. He knew that the fifth prince was an ambitious and ruthless person, and not a simple figure. It was even to the extent that the fifth prince might become the next emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, you and that Tong Li had an irreconcilable enmity from before? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian. This was also the question that Xiao Yu and the others had in their hearts. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke of the conflict between him and Tong Li from 3 months ago. So that's how it is. Looks like even if you didn't beat her today, she wouldn't let you off. Tian, who came to a sudden understanding. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun came to an understanding as well. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian and Tong Li were like fire and water. In this way, it wasn't a big deal for Duan Lingtian to teach Tong Li a lesson today. In this way, it was she who came looking for a beating this time. Su Li's eyes were suffused with coldness. You can say that. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a face full of indifference. All right, let's not talk about her anymore. Talking about her too much is bad luck. However, even though he didn't care, it didn't mean that Xiao Yu and the others didn't care. Duan Lingtian, why don't you stay overnight with me and Su Li from today onwards? Even though that fifth prince has a respected status in Paladin Academy, he doesn't dare act rashly. Tian, who suggested. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, I think Tian who is right. You stay overnight. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun spoke to Duan Lingtian as well. Su Li also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could notice that Su Li's cold eyes revealed a rare trace of concern, causing him to feel warm in his heart. I know you guys have good intentions, but I have my own plans. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. His eyes congealed and a fierce light flashed within. Whoosh! Suddenly at this moment, a black bolt of lightning flashed out from under Duan Lingtian's long sleeve and directly leaped onto the table. It was precisely the little black python that Duan Lingtian carried with him at all times. The little python stuck its head out and sucked the soup from a plate of meat dishes with great relish. This is... The gazes of Xiao Yu and the others were all attracted by the little python. What a peculiar snake! The golden vein patterns on its body seemed to be ancient characters. There's even a single horn on its head. What breed is this? I've never seen or heard of it. Xiao Sun's gaze fell upon the little python as he exclaimed in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, this is your pet. Tian, who swallowed a mouthful of saliva, even he was able to realize that this little python wasn't simple, not to mention anything else. Just the speed at which the little python scuttled out just now was something he couldn't catch in the slightest. He only felt a black bolt of lightning flash past, and the little python appeared out of thin air. Yes, Duan Lingtian didn't deny it. He also didn't expect that this mischievous little fellow would run out. He swung his palm over and scooped it back into his long sleeve. Hiss, hiss, the little python swiftly flicked its tongue, as if it was protesting Duan Lingtian's actions, but unfortunately its protest was ineffective. After the little python's disturbance, the atmosphere at Duan Lingtian's table eased up a bit, but Xiao Yu and the others were still very worried about Duan Lingtian. Chapter 153. After sleeping for an entire afternoon, Duan Lingtian yawned and walked out of Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. After separating from the two of them, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and a trace of a bright light flashed past his muddy eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Shrugging, Duan Lingtian didn't directly return home, but instead walked towards a remote street on the other side and entered a small alley. Whoosh! Whoosh! Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian walked into the small alley, two extremely swift figures flashed out from behind him, and they blocked his path one after the other. When did members of the Duan clan start to be the lackeys of branch clan disciples? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, seeming to not be the slightest bit surprised by the appearance of these two people. When he just walked out of Paladin Academy's entrance, he noticed a gloomy gaze watching him from afar. He only glanced slightly before noticing Duan Rong, who was concealed at the side. Beside Duan Rong were two other people, relying on the anti-tracking experience from his previous life's weapon specialist, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and his current spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist. Duan Lingtian roughly sensed the cultivations of the two people beside Duan Rong after a short moment, and they ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Now, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, it caused the faces of the two middle-aged men to sink. They never imagined that this youth would actually guess their identities. A bad premonition suddenly arose within their hearts. This youth is actually still able to be so composed at a time like this. Could it be that he has something to rely on? Or perhaps he has an expert protecting him? The two middle-aged men subconsciously observed the surroundings for a while. According to their knowledge, this youth seemed to only have a 7th level origin core stage martial artist protecting him. Moreover, that 7th level origin core stage martial artist didn't seem to be present today. After not noticing any clues, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Are all members of the Duan clan so cowardly? The cold smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth became even more brilliant, and his words were filled with ridicule. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. The eyes of the middle-aged man behind him turned cold, and he said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other middle-aged man and nodded. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the bodies of the two middle-aged men shook, as if they had turned into two extremely fast lightning, and rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Above them, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared respectively, two 9th level origin core martial artists. That Duan Rulei really thinks highly of me. When faced with the pincer attack of two 9th level origin core stage martial artists, Duan Lingtian seemed to not care in the slightest. He stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and his voice was incomparably calm. Although the two middle-aged men felt that the young man's reaction was a little strange, they had no way to back down now. Die. The two people's eyes revealed a murderous glint. Their fists and palms bloomed with essence force, enveloping Duan Lingtian. Originally, I had no intention of becoming enemies with the other members of the Duan clan out of respect for my deadbeat father. However, since all of you are assisting the tyrant in his evil deeds, then go to hell. Then go to hell. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's speed of speech sped up. In the next moment, he raised his hand. Whoosh! A black flowing light flashed out from beneath his sleeve, swift like a bolt of lightning, like a death god sigh that whistled out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's feet shook, and he instantly dodged to the side. Bang! Along with the black-colored lightning passing through their chests, the origin energy on the bodies of the two middle-aged men that attacked Duan Lingtian from the front and back completely dispersed, and the inertia brought their bodies to collide together, fiercely falling to the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. Whoosh! The black-colored lightning flashed to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Hiss, hiss! The little black snake flicked its tongue as it licked Duan Lingtian's face, and its pair of small eyes spun about, incomparably quick-witted. Duan Lingtian squatted down and searched the two corpses for a while. So poor! The two of them added up to only a little over 500,000 silver. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, every bit counts. After putting away the stack of silver into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian grabbed the little black snake from his shoulder and held it in his palm as he lightly smiled. You little fellow, you've done well. When we return, I'll get someone to make something delicious for you. The little black snake seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's words, and it lightly nodded as its quick-witted body swayed, and it was extremely happy. As expected, nascent soul stage ferocious beasts are already able to understand human language to a certain extent. However, Little Black and Little White have only just reached the nascent soul stage after all, and they still need some guidance before they can completely understand human language. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he continued forward, and after turning a few corners, he returned to his own courtyard house. Within the spacious courtyard house, Duan Rong sat with his legs crossed as he enjoyed the massage of the servant girl, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he chewed on an apple. When he thought of how he wouldn't be able to see that violet, clothed youth again from tomorrow onwards, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Who asked you to offend this young master? I reckon you won't even know who asked them to kill you until you die, right? The more Duan Rong thought about it, the happier he felt in his heart. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to be happy for long. That night, an unexpected guest arrived at his courtyard house. Duan Lingxing, cousin brother, why have you come? Duan Rong was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingxing arrive, but his eyes were filled with a smile that didn't stop. You seem to be rather happy. Duan Lingxing slowly spoke. Of course, when I think of how I won't be able to see that arrogant kid again tomorrow, I feel a burst of joy in my heart. Right, cousin brother, why have you come looking for me so late at night? Because the light was dim, Duan Rong didn't notice Duan Lingxing's slightly gloomy face. I'm afraid this matter won't go according to your wishes. Duan Lingxing's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Cousin brother, what do you mean by this? Duan Rong finally felt that something was wrong, and his heart jerked as the smile on his face completely froze. Could it be that something went wrong? It shouldn't be. That violet-clothed youth was by himself when he left Paladin Academy today, and even if he wasn't by himself, the masked middle-aged man by his side was only a 7th-level Origin core stage martial artist. Under the hands of 2 9th-level Origin core stage martial artists, he ought to be dead for sure. The 2 9th-level Origin core stage martial artists my father sent to you didn't return to the Duan clan estate to report the results to my father until dark. So my father sent another group to search for a while, But who would have thought that their corpses would actually be found near Paladin Academy? Duan Lingxing's expression was incomparably gloomy. Who exactly did this cousin brother of his offend? No. Impossible, impossible. Duan Rong hurriedly shook his head with an expression of disbelief, unwilling to believe that all this was true. Didn't you say that he only had a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist by his side? Duan Lingxing frowned as he spoke in a low voice. I don't know either. At that time, there was indeed only a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist by his side. This was something that our branch family's 8th elder saw with his own 2 eyes. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. Humph. Looks like the background of this enemy of yours isn't so simple. The 2 9th-level origin core stage martial artists my father sent to you were both killed with a single strike by a sharp weapon that pierced through their hearts. The person who killed them acted decisively. I can almost be sure that it was surely a nascent soul stage martial artist who did it. In other words, the person you want to kill has a nascent soul stage martial artist protecting him. Duan Lingxing grunted coldly, then looked at Duan Rong. You better not expose yourself in this matter. Otherwise, if he finds out that it was you who did it, your life will be difficult to protect. Duan Rong was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale when he heard Duan Lingxing. He never imagined that the violet-clothed youth actually had a nascent soul stage martial artist by his side. After all, even in the Duan clan branch family he was in, there were only 2 supreme elders that were existences at the nascent soul stage. Cousin brother, how has uncle decided to deal with this matter? I feel that person will suspect me sooner or later. Why don't I return to the Duan clan estate with you for a period of time? Duan Rong's voice slightly trembled. He was afraid. Don't worry, no matter who he is, since he dares to kill a member of our Duan clan, he will surely die. Duan Lingxing's gaze was suffused with a trace of coldness. Duan Rong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what Duan Rong said. You better keep a low profile during this period of time, and don't cause trouble for me, understand? Duan Lingxing glared at Duan Rong, causing the latter to hurriedly nod without daring to hesitate. Within the room, Duan Lingtian spread out most of the materials Xiong Quan gathered today, and his brows raised. I never imagined that Xiong Quan would be able to gather more than half of the materials I need in only a day. It's enough to inscribe 2 inscriptions. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then raised his hand and withdrew the violet myrtle flexible sword. At the same time, he removed the spatial ring on his hand. The offensive inscription he planned to inscribe was called the Bone Corrosion Inscription. Once the Bone Corrosion Inscription was activated, it would emit bone corrosion energy. Unless it was an expert at the half-step void stage or above, it would be impossible to dodge or neutralize it. Once struck, the bones in one's body would be corroded into ashes in an instant, and only flesh and blood would remain. One would be deader than dead. Although a person struck by the bone corrosion inscription would die in an instant, at the instant of death, the person would have to endure extreme pain. It was pain that penetrated the heart, pain that penetrated the marrow, a pain that was impossible for an ordinary person to imagine. It wasn't until late at night that Duan Lingtian finally completed the 2 bone corrosion inscriptions, inscribing them onto the violet myrtle flexible sword and the spatial ring. After all, it was a high-grade inscription. Besides being able to be inscribed onto the spatial ring, it could even perfectly exist with the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. After completing these 2 inscriptions, Duan Lingtian's strained spiritual force relaxed, and exhaustion instantly swept over him, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he still felt extremely exhausted, and his complexion was slightly poor. Tian, are you all right? Li Ro had a face full of worry when she saw her son's complexion. Scoundrel, what did you do last night? Yeah, young master. Why is your complexion so poor? Li Fei and Kerr had faces full of worry as well, and their hearts ached endlessly. I'm fine. I only inscribed 2 inscriptions. Don't worry. I'll be able to recover when I return from the academy today. Chapter 154. In the classroom, Sima Changfeng stood at the lectern and slowly spoke about the Tao of Xiang. Below the lectern, the violet-clothed youth was snoring on the table, forming a sharp contrast with the other 17 students who were listening attentively. Duan Lingtian, this fellow, didn't sleep last night. He slept for the entire afternoon yesterday. Even if he really didn't sleep last night, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian, who was deeply asleep, with astonishment. All right, all of you carefully think about what I said earlier. Sima Changfeng said to the other students, then walked to Duan Lingtian's table and lightly knocked on the table. Duan Lingtian, come out with me for a moment. Duan Lingtian raised his head and rubbed his dry eyes. After seeing Sima Changfeng, he smiled embarrassedly and obediently followed him out. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Sima Changfeng called him out because of him sleeping in class. Unexpectedly. You're an inscription master? Sima Changfeng's eyes were suffused with wisdom as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and with a quiver he instantly sobered up. He deeply glanced at Sima Changfeng. Teacher Sima, why do you say that? Sima Changfeng lightly smiled. I've studied the Tao of inscriptions quite a bit. According to what I know, the exhaustion of essence, energy, and spirit is divided into many types, and your exhaustion is obviously caused by the exhaustion of your spiritual force. Only an inscription master would have such a situation. Sima Changfeng spoke as if he was very familiar with it. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Although Sima Changfeng only said that he had studied the Tao of inscriptions quite a bit, Duan Lingtian knew that he was being modest. Not to mention anything else. Just what he said now was something that an ordinary inscription master wouldn't be able to say. Obviously, this teacher Sima was an experienced inscription master as well. I never expected that teacher would be an inscription master as well. Duan Lingtian smiled, but he did not deny the fact that he was an inscription master. Since Sima Changfeng could see that he had used up too much of his spiritual force, it was obvious that he had already confirmed that he was an inscription master. Even if he didn't admit it, Sima Changfeng wouldn't believe him. I can be considered to have dabbled a little in the Tao of inscriptions. You're only at the core formation stage, so your spiritual force is limited. There's no need to spend too much time on the inscription technique. Once your cultivation increases, your spiritual force will naturally increase as well. You can spend more time on the inscription technique in the future. That's the right way to go. Sima Changfeng's expression became serious as he patiently guided him. Obviously, he thought that Duan Lingtian had studied the art of inscriptions for too long, and that was why his spiritual energy was exhausted. Yes, teacher. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. He knew that Sima Changfeng had good intentions, so he didn't explain further. At your age, concentrating on improving your cultivation is the right way to go. In the future, if you're really interested in the inscription technique, even though the inscriptions I possess are limited, I can still guide you slightly and allow you to take fewer detours. Sima Changfeng continued. Obviously, he took great care of his student, Duan Lingtian. Guide me? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He possessed the lifetime worth of memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, and the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's inscription technique could absolutely be said to be unparalleled in the world. Not to mention this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even if it was in the entire Cloud Continent, there might not be anyone who could compete with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu in the inscription technique. Thank you, teacher. However, Duan Lingtian still thanked Sima Changfeng. No matter what, Sima Changfeng had good intentions. Although with the inscription arts he mastered, It was more than enough to be Sima Chongfeng's ancestor. Let's go back. Under Sima Chongfeng's call, Duan Lingtian followed him back to the classroom. Before long, the morning class ended. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun moved closer to Duan Lingtian, and their eyes revealed an ambiguous look that all men understood. Duan Lingtian, you're still young. There are some things that should be done in moderation, so as to avoid harming your body. F***K. What are you two talking about? Duan Lingtian glared at the two of them. How could he not know what these two filthy fellows were thinking? Look at you. You're angry from embarrassment, right? We're all adults. Isn't it normal for us to have sex? Xiao Sun laughed. Exactly. Otherwise, why would you be so sleepy today and even be called out by Teacher Sima for a lecture? Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, as what he said was reasonable and well-founded. I can't be bothered with you two. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the two of them before heading directly to the cafeteria. When the three of them arrived at the cafeteria, they noticed that Su Li and Tian Hu had already occupied a table. Su Li, Tian Hu, the two of you are actually earlier than us today. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. That fellow Niu Meng seemed to have something to do today, and left early. Tian Hu smiled, then his expression became slightly serious. Duan Lingtian, that fifth prince didn't look for trouble with you, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even if the fifth prince really wanted to look for trouble with him, he probably wouldn't make a move so quickly. A person like the fifth prince who grew up in the deceit and deception of the imperial family was undoubtedly the most sensitive, based on his attitude towards Tong Li yesterday, so long as the fifth prince didn't completely investigate his background. He would surely not touch him. After all, the attitude he displayed yesterday seemed to have something to rely on, and he wasn't afraid of the fifth prince in the slightest. This was something that many people had seen at that time. It's that Duan Rong again. Tian, whose gaze looked towards one of the two people that were walking over from afar. Duan Lingtian, this Duan Rong seems to be slightly different today. Why do I feel that the gaze he looks at you with is completely different from yesterday? It's more like he's afraid of you. Did you do something to him? As Xiao Yu spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a face filled with bewilderment. But he noticed. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze was fierce like lightning, and traces of dense, bloody killing intent even extended out from his body. Although the killing intent wasn't targeted at him, it still caused his heart to tremble. The faces of Su Li, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu went pale as well, as they were all affected by Duan Lingtian's killing intent. Their gazes simultaneously descended onto the young man beside Duan Rong in the distance. It's him. Xiao Sun recognized the young man with a glance. The son of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would actually meet Duan Lingxing, this person that he hated to the bone, in Paladin Academy. His heart trembled. The scene of Duan Lingxing flaunting his prowess and heavily injuring him, and Li Xian was still vivid before his eyes. Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian's voice revealed boundless coldness, and his hand had already touched the hilt of the violet myrtle flexible sword on his waist. Now, as long as he willed it, he would swing out his sword and kill Duan Lingxing. Suddenly being enveloped by Duan Lingtian's bloody killing, intent caused Duan Rong's face to go pale and his legs to tremble. At this moment he felt as if he was a lone boat in the middle of the ocean, with the danger of capsizing at any moment. This feeling was too unbearable, almost to the point of suffocation. He knows cousin? Duan Rong took a deep breath and forcefully resisted this bloodthirsty killing intent. His face was ghastly pale as he stared at the violet-clothed youth in the distance. He noticed that the violet-clothed youth that he hated to the bone seemed to hate his cousin to the bone as well. What's going on? Who can tell him? The instant Duan Lingxing was enveloped by the bloody killing intent, he felt that this killing intent was slightly familiar. At the same time that he circulated his origin energy and forcefully resisted this killing intent, he looked towards the source of the killing intent, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. 2 years had passed, and the violet-clothed youth from before had obviously matured a lot. But he still recognized him with a single glance. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted, and his eyes emitted a dense killing intent that was difficult to suppress. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually appear in Paladin Academy. To be able to appear in Paladin Academy, there was only one possibility, and that was that Duan Lingtian had become a student of Paladin Academy. If he didn't guess wrongly, this Duan Lingtian seemed to be only 18 years old today. At the age of 18, he passed the entrance exam of Paladin Academy in the 18 counties and entered Paladin Academy. Such natural talent was even more monstrous than the Duan Rafeng from all those years ago. There was only one thought left in his heart. This Duan Lingtian must die. He could imagine that if Duan Lingtian didn't die, then he would surely be a great calamity in the future. Duan Lingtian, I'm really surprised. Not only did you inherit your short-lived father's natural talent, you even surpassed him. You entered Paladin Academy at the mere age of 18. Duan Lingxing arrived before Duan Lingtian's table, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. I'm also very surprised. The son of a cripple is actually in Paladin Academy as well. If I'm not wrong, you ought to have obtained the recommendation of the Duan clan to be able to enter Paladin Academy, right? The son of a cripple is trash as expected, needing to go through the back door to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he confronted Duan Lingtian. A shapeless aura shot out from the two of them, ceaselessly colliding with each other. Everyone else present could feel the tension in the air. You dare humiliate my father? Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and the dense killing intent in his eyes couldn't be any stronger as he spoke in an incomparably low voice. Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian sneered fearlessly. The surrounding group of Paladin Academy students, including Su Li Xiaoyu and the others, were all dumbstruck. They'd also noticed that since the moment Duan Lingxing appeared, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a completely different person. That gaze was as if he'd seen his life's greatest enemy and wished for nothing more than to pounce over and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. And when Duan Lingxing saw Duan Lingtian, he similarly seemed to be filled with bloodthirsty hatred. These two people seemed as if they were born to be mortal enemies. Cousin. Who is he? Duan Rong hid behind Duan Lingxing and barely avoided the killing intent that swept towards him from the front as he asked with difficulty, Duan Lingtian? Could it be that this violet-clothed youth is a member of the Duan clan as well? Chapter 155. Short-lived ghost? Duan Lingtian's gaze became even more icy cold. Although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his, he was his father after all, and also the husband of his most respected mother. How could he allow this Duan Lingxing to blaspheme? Duan Rong was stunned. Duan Rafeng? He'd heard of this name before. Duan Rafeng, the former peerless genius of the imperial city's Duan clan, a figure that rose like a comet. Ever since he went missing 18 years ago, there had been no news of him. Even so, there were still many people who deeply remembered him. If Duan Rafeng hadn't gone missing, then he would be the third master of the Duan clan. No, if Duan Rafeng hadn't gone missing, then so long as he was willing, the position of patriarch of this generation of the Duan clan would be his. Duan Rong never imagined this. This violet-clothed young man that he hated to the bone was actually the son of Duan Rafeng. At the same time that Duan Rong was stunned, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Lingtian, especially Xiao Sun, whose pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Lingtian was actually really a member of the Duan clan. Moreover, he was the son of Duan Rafeng, the publicly acknowledged, peerless genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiao Yu and Tian, who had more or less heard of Duan Rafeng, they never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such an identity, and he was even a direct descendant of the imperial city's Duan clan, Duan Rafeng. Su Li's eyes shone with a strand of a surprise-flowing light as he deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian. This youth is actually the son of Duan Rafeng. I never imagined that Duan Rafeng still had a descendant alive. This youth was obviously not recommended by the Duan clan. To be able to pass the entrance exam of the 18 counties at such an age and enter our Paladin Academy, his natural talent is truly monstrous. Some of the Paladin Academy students whispered to each other. Duan Lingxing, the reason I came to the Imperial City and entered Paladin Academy was to kill you and return the gift you gave me 2 years ago. Now, I officially challenge you to a battle of life and death. Do you dare accept? Duan Lingtian suddenly sat up from his seat. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his voice was extremely cold, as if it came from an ice cave. He couldn't wait to kill Duan Lingxing. However, he also understood that with his current situation, he couldn't be impulsive. He had to kill Duan Lingxing in an open and above-board manner so that the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Duan Lingtian's words stunned the people present on the scene. Is this Duan Lingtian an idiot? Duan Lingxing is a grade 4 student. Supposedly, he's already stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if this Duan Lingtian's natural talent isn't bad, he's only around 18 after all. Moreover, he's only a grade 1 student. Many of the Paladin Academy students were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. Xiao Sun's face went grim as he hurriedly dissuaded Duan Lingtian. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was strong and believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to surpass Duan Lingxing in the future. But now Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly still slightly inferior to Duan Lingxing. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before. Although it wasn't bad, it was only slightly stronger than Su Li and could be said to be invincible amongst the 7th level of the core formation stage. But if he were to encounter an 8th level core formation stage martial artist, it would be strenuous. Not to mention that this Duan Lingxing was in existence at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Xiao Yu and Tian, who also found out about Duan Lingxing's cultivation from the surrounding discussions, and their faces went grim as they tried to dissuade him. Only Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian, whose eyes flickered with a cold light and the corners of his mouth curled into an arc. He seemed to be lost in thought and didn't try to dissuade him. Yub, challenge me, or a battle of life and death? Duan Lingxing felt it was slightly inconceivable when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The moment he laid eyes on Duan Lingtian, he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, this was Paladin Academy, and the consequences of killing someone for no reason was something that even he, the son of the Duan clan's second master, couldn't bear. But if a battle of life and death was set up, then it would be a different story. If a battle of life and death was set up, then even if he killed his opponent, Paladin Academy wouldn't interfere. What? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian sneered. Just when Duan Lingxing was about to open his mouth and agree, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. Cousin. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, and his eyes emitted a trace of fear as he said in a low voice, This Duan Lingtian is the violet-clothed youth that injured me 2 months ago. Didn't you say last night that we can't act rashly and that we should first clearly investigate his background before asking Uncle to send people to deal with him? What? He's the violet-clothed youth you spoke of? Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. The reason he came to the cafeteria with his cousin, Duan Rong, was to meet his cousin's enemy. He never would have thought that his cousin's enemy would be Duan Lingtian. Yes, Duan Rong nodded and said with a face full of fear, "Cousin, this Duan Lingtian took the initiative to issue a challenge. This matter is strange. You must not agree." When he heard that Duan Lingtian was the son of Duan Rufeng, he was afraid. Although Duan Rufeng had been missing for almost 20 years, no one had ever been able to confirm that he was dead. It was even to the extent that some people said that it was very likely that Duan Rufeng was still alive. If Duan Rufeng was really alive, this Duan Lingtian would have a great backer that no one in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. Humph, I have my own plans. Duan Lingxing's eyes narrowed. Would he refuse Duan Lingtian's challenge? The answer was no. When he heard what his cousin, Duan Rong, said, his killing intent towards Duan Lingtian in his heart increased even more. This Duan Lingtian actually had the protection of a nascent soul martial artist by his side. He had a feeling that if he missed this opportunity, then wanting to kill Duan Lingtian in the future would be even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Ha! Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rong and Duan Lingxing whispering for a long time. Then he couldn't help but laugh loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and unruliness. Duan Lingxing, as expected of the son of the Duan clan's trash second master. You don't even dare accept the life and death challenge of an 18-year-old youth. Coward! Coward! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the gazes that the Paladin Academy students present looked at Duan Lingxing with became strange. Duan Lingxing wouldn't really dare accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge, right? Is he a man in the end? A senior year 4 student wouldn't dare accept the life and death challenge of a new year 1 student. Moreover, the latter is only a youth. This Duan Lingxing probably won't be able to hold his head up high in Paladin Academy or even the Imperial City in the future. Some students spoke out one after another, as they wished for the world to be in chaos. When these voices entered into Duan Lingxing's ears, they were like needles piercing into his heart. His gaze went cold and his face was covered in frost as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're simply even more arrogant than your father all those years ago. Since you want to seek death, then I'll send you on your way. I accept your life and death challenge, Duan Lingxing replied very straightforwardly. Cousin, Duan Rong's face went pale. He kept having the feeling that something was wrong, and he was slightly flustered in his heart. Shut up. But after being glared at by Duan Lingxing, Duan Rong instantly didn't dare make another sound. He knew that what this cousin of his had decided on wasn't something he could interfere with. Meanwhile, the people at the corner of the cafeteria where Duan Lingtian was at grew more and more. Suddenly, I never imagined that I would encounter such an interesting matter while eating. Since you all want a life and death challenge, then this old fellow will join the fun and bear witness for all of you. An aged voice sounded out from above the cafeteria pavilion. The cafeteria pavilion wasn't open to Paladin Academy students. At this moment, a gray-robed old man slowly walked down from the pavilion. Vice Dean! Vice Dean! Instantly, all the students respectfully greeted the old man one by one. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. The gray-robed old man had a thin figure and an ordinary appearance. Although he was old, he seemed to be in high spirits, and his eyes even flowed with a bright light. This was a powerhouse. At least, to the current Duan Lingtian, the old man was an expert. Vice Dean! Even the arrogant and unruly Duan Lingxing respectfully bowed when he saw the old man. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to the old man as well. You all want a life and death challenge, right? The old man's brows raised, and a trace of a smile of anticipation appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then I'll be your witness. But do you want to notify your elders to come? This matter is no small matter, and you may die at the slightest move. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Notify the elders to come? He could imagine that if his mother came, she would surely not agree to his life and death challenge with Duan Lingxing. What about you? The old man looked at Duan Lingxing and asked. Duan Lingxing's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he slowly said, I don't need it either, since the one who dies won't be me anyway. Duan Lingxing's words were filled with confidence. Let's go to the martial arts practice grounds. The old man nodded, and with a flash of his body, he seemed to have vanished on the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already more than 10 meters away. What a swift speed! Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and he had a face full of surprise. The old man's speed was much faster than Xiongquan's, and it could even be said that they weren't on the same level. Of course, this was also because Xiongquan hadn't recovered his strength. Once he stepped into the Origin Core stage and refined a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xiongquan to consume. Xiongquan's strength would surely recover to the Void Prying stage. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would give birth to the 4th true Void Stage expert. The group of students in the cafeteria, no matter if they were eating or waiting for their food to be served, all gushed out of the cafeteria and followed up. A life and death challenge. Such a bustle didn't happen every day. They could skip the meal, but they could not watch the show. He's called Duan Lingtian. A red-clothed woman with a long black whip in her hand followed him, escorted by another woman. Her eyes flickered with an eerie chill. It was precisely Tong Li, Miss Li, that Duan Lingtian, a new student, actually dared to challenge a grade 4 student, and it's even a life and death challenge. He's dead for sure this time. This time, there's someone helping you vent your anger. The woman following behind Tong Li lightly smiled. Humph. But unfortunately, he can't die in my hands. But even if he's killed, I won't let his corpse go. Since I said I'll tear him into pieces, then I'll do as I say. Tong Li's voice was filled with bone-piercing coldness. Chapter 156. Under the lead of the old man, the group of Paladin Academy students majestically walked towards the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian, are you confident? Xiao Yu walked beside Duan Lingtian as he asked in a low voice. Xiao Sun and Tian, who looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Now, what was done couldn't be undone, and they understood that they couldn't change anything. They only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive this life and death battle. Have a little confidence in me, okay? At the critical moment, it's still Su Li who supports me the most. Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled. He had a calm appearance that didn't seem like a person who was about to undergo a life and death battle. Xiao Yu's group of 3 looked at Su Li, and only now did they notice that Su Li was as calm as Duan Lingtian. They heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. Could it be that Duan Lingtian still concealed his strength during the battle with Su Li last time? In the distance, Duan Rong walked beside Duan Lingxing. His gaze occasionally flashed past Duan Lingtian and noticed the indifference on Duan Lingtian's face. His heart jerked, and he felt even more uneasy in his heart. Cousin, I think that Duan Lingtian seems to be very confident. Duan Rong looked at Duan Lingxing with a face full of worry. Humph. Duan Lingxing coldly snorted and interrupted Duan Rong. He's called confident. That's called insolence. This Duan Lingtian is just like his short-lived father, arrogant to the point of being out of control. Today, I'll let his blood dye Paladin Academy. In this way, not only can I take revenge for you, I can also solve a great problem for my family. Actually, the reason why Duan Lingxing was in such a hurry to kill Duan Lingtian, besides hating Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, for crippling his father all those years ago, the most important reason was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would return to the Duan clan. Although Duan Lingtian had left the Duan clan that year, his name remained in the Duan clan's direct line of descent, and he was still a member of the Duan clan's direct line of descent. If the other members of the Duan clan were to discover Duan Lingtian's natural talent, they would surely bring Duan Lingtian back to the Duan clan. That was the last thing he wanted to see. Therefore, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and get rid of all future troubles. Duan Rong was silent. In fact, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's finger attack had almost crippled one of his hands, making it difficult for him to recover. Before long, the spacious martial arts practice grounds was filled with people in a formidable array. The gray-robed old man stood in the middle of the crowd as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingxing. Then he raised his hand and withdrew a piece of paper from his spatial ring. This was Paladin Academy's life and death contract. If the students of Paladin Academy had a reconcilable enmity that would only be resolved by death, they could sign a life and death contract. In this way, Paladin Academy wouldn't pursue the death of any one of them. Press your fingerprints onto it. The old man raised his hand and casually tossed the life and death contract away. A gentle force guided the life and death contract to descend before Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingxing stretched out his hand and directly received it. Then he bit open his thumb and pressed it onto it. After that, he snorted coldly and tossed the life and death contract to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian pressed his fingerprints onto it as well. Life and death contract formed. The old man took back the life and death contract, and his eyes focused as he said in a low voice, "Since the two of you have signed the life and death contract, the following battle will be a battle to the death. The two of you can rely on spirit weapons during the battle, but you can't use other external forces, such as inscriptions." Can't use inscriptions? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered, but he didn't plan on using inscriptions. 9th level of the core formation stage? Duan Lingxing wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian had such a cultivation. We can use spirit weapons. I heard that Duan Lingxing has a spirit weapon, gold silk gloves, and it's a grade 8 spirit weapon. It can't be, right? This Duan Lingxing has a grade 8 spirit weapon? Actually, it's not strange. Duan Lingxing's father is the second master of the Duan clan, so getting a grade 8 spirit weapon for him isn't a difficult matter. That's true. However, this way, Duan Lingtian will be in even more danger. Even if Duan Lingxing doesn't have a grade 8 spirit weapon, do you think Duan Lingtian has any hope of surviving? Not many of the Paladin Academy students that were watching the show looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, whose faces all went grim. Damn it, if I knew there would be this life and death battle earlier, I would have borrowed my brother's grade 8 spirit weapon this morning. Xiao Sun's face sank. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian's flexible sword is a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. Right at this moment, Su Li spoke. Xiao Yu's group of 3 couldn't help but be surprised. How did you know? A few days ago, a few notches were cut into my sword by his sword. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched, and he felt slight heartache. Xiao Yu's group of 3 came to a sudden realization. Su Li's sword was a grade 9 spirit weapon, and since Duan Lingtian's sword was able to cut into Su Li's sword, it ought to be a grade 8 spirit weapon, without a doubt. Looks like he didn't display the full might of a grade 8 spirit weapon that day. Tian, who gasped as he spoke in astonishment. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun deeply agreed. Only Su Li's brows raised, but he didn't comment. That day, he suspected that Duan Lingtian might not have utilized the strength of a spirit weapon. Today, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingxing, and even more so revealed his strong confidence. He realized that his suspicions weren't wrong. Remember what I said earlier. If any of you utilize external forces other than a spirit weapon, I will directly make a move and kill you. The voice of the gray-robed old man who was also the vice dean of Paladin Academy, abruptly went cold, then returned to normal as he said in a clear voice, "Begin!" As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated to the side. "Duan Lingtian, I'll send you to hell right now and let you chase after the footsteps of that short-lived father of yours." Duan Lingxing had already put on the gold thread gloves, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as a cold light shot out from his eyes. "Do all trash like to talk big?" Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he sneered. "You're courting death." When he heard Duan Lingtian call him trash again, Duan Lingxing went completely berserk, and his figure flashed before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Whoosh! Duan Lingxing's figure flashed out with a swift speed, as if transforming into a gust of wind, and he instantly arrived near Duan Lingtian. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He used his full strength the moment he attacked. Bang! Duan Lingxing's palm tore through the sky, and his origin energy skyrocketed as it descended with a bang, enveloping Duan Lingtian. This palm strike seemed to be able to suppress everything. Above Duan Lingxing's head, the strength of another 2 ancient mammoths was added, and this was the amplification of strength from a grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Lingxing's palm strike contains the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. The gazes of some of the spectating Paladin Academy students focused, and their hearts couldn't help but rise to their throats, as if the person facing this palm strike wasn't Duan Lingtian but them. Facing Duan Lingxing's palm strike, Duan Lingtian didn't dare underestimate it. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he followed suit. He took a step forward. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if transforming into a flexible spirit serpent, barely dodging Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, 9th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. He never would have thought that Duan Lingtian was also a 9th level core formation martial artist. He suddenly had a feeling that he was tricked. How could this be possible? This little bastard is only 18 years old. How could he be a 9th level core formation martial artist? No. Impossible. Duan Lingxing's heart was in chaos, unwilling to believe that all this was true. And right at this instant, the crowd of spectating Paladin Academy students were stunned. This scene was simply unbelievable. This Duan Lingtian, a mere 18-year-old youth, a grade 1 student, he was actually a 9th level core formation martial artist. What natural talent was this? Didn't that mean that he had a chance of stepping into the origin core stage before the age of 20? Such natural talent surpasses his father, Duan Rufeng. A trace of a bright light flashed within the vice dean's eyes at this moment. A trace of regret arose within his heart. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, he would surely have stopped this life and death duel. But unfortunately, what was done couldn't be undone. Now, he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive, as he wasn't willing to see such a genius fall. Duan Lingtian is at the 9th level of the core formation stage, and at almost the same time, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who were shocked as well. As expected, Su Li's eyes focused, and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian had obviously concealed most of his strength when he battled with him the day before yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian. Impossible. How could this be possible? Tong Li had a face full of disbelief when she saw this scene. This youth that she hated to the bone was actually a 9th level core formation martial artist. Cousin. Duan Rong's face was ghastly pale. He suddenly realized that the worry in his heart wasn't without reason. Everyone's reaction happened in the blink of an eye, on the martial arts practice grounds. Even if you're at the 9th level of the core formation stage, do you think you can dodge my palm strike like this? Duan Lingxing's voice revealed boundless iciness. At the same time that Duan Lingtian dodged, the palm strike that descended with a bang actually suddenly changed directions and continued to envelop Duan Lingtian, as if it wouldn't stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingxing, this sword strike is for Li Xian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingxing, whose figure flashed and was about to be caught up by Duan Lingtian, suddenly spoke. His voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell. Within the iciness, it was filled with killing intent that shook the mind. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand flashed past his waist as he drew his sword. Sword drawing arts. The sword drawing technique was all about speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out, and in an instant, 2 more ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. The strength of this sword strike was equal to the strength of Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Both of them contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's spirit weapon is also a grade 8 spirit weapon. The surrounding crowd of spectators emitted a wave of continuous exclamations of surprise. "Do you think this sword strike of yours will be able to injure me?" Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Duan Lingxing's sword strike that seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that flashed over. He twisted his hand. Chapter 157. When he saw Duan Lingxing actually wanted to block his violet myrtle flexible sword, Duan Lingtian sneered. He spun the violet myrtle flexible sword and used its blade to intercept Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Duan Lingxing's face went grim. He dared to slap down the body of the sword with his palm. But even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare slap down the blade of the sword. Although he wore the grade 8 spirit weapon, gold silk gloves on his hand, it was impossible for him to go head-to-head with a sword that was similarly a grade 8 spirit weapon. "Do you think this will work?" With a flash of light, Duan Lingxing sneered, but he didn't stop and continued slapping out with his palm while circulating his defensive martial skill at the same time. A high-grade, profound, rank defensive martial skill at the perfection stage. Instantly, a layer of defensive chi suffused the surface of his gold silk gloves. His large hand descended, opened and closed, and actually directly grabbed onto the violet myrtle flexible sword that Duan Lingtian swung out. The gold silk gloves were already extremely tough and durable, and it was difficult for ordinary swords and blades to damage them. Now, with the addition of the defensive chi, Duan Lingxing relied on the strength of 14 ancient mammoths to forcefully block Duan Lingtian's sword strike that contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. The strength of the two canceled each other out. Right when the corners of Duan Lingxing's mouth revealed a savage smile, and he intended to use this opportunity to launch an attack at Duan Lingtian. An icy cold voice entered into his ears. "Do you think I only have this little ability?" In the next moment, Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. "Oh my God! What did I see?" Another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above Duan Lingtian, and adding the 14 ancient mammoth silhouettes from before, a total of 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared. The strength of 15 ancient mammoths. No, impossible. How could he possibly possess a grade 7 spirit weapon? How could this be possible? Duan Lingxing's face went ghastly pale, and his voice contained boundless terror. His first thought now was that the spirit weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand wasn't a grade 8 spirit weapon, but a grade 7 spirit weapon. After all, if a 9th level core formation martial artist wanted to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths, they could only rely on a grade 7 spirit weapon to achieve it. A 7th grade spirit artifact could increase one's strength by nearly 30%. How could he possibly know? The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was utterly not a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian cultivated the 9 dragons, wore sovereign techniques, raging python form, and after completing the tempering of his fleshly body at the 4th level of the core formation stage, It allowed Duan Lingtian to possess the strength of 12 ancient mammoths that were comparable to a 9th-level core formation martial artist. Yesterday morning, Duan Lingtian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage and gained the strength of an ancient mammoth. Now, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, Duan Lingtian was still able to exert the strength of 13 ancient mammoths. Once he used a spirit weapon, the strength of 15 ancient mammoths would be at his fingertips. And at the same instant, the crowd of spectating Paladin Academy students were all stunned. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Oh my god, Duan Lingtian actually has a grade 7 spirit weapon. Even the Duan clan probably doesn't have many grade 7 spirit weapons. Where did this Duan Lingtian get it? Their thoughts were the same as Duan Lingxing's. They all thought that Duan Lingtian was relying on a grade 7 spirit weapon to be able to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Grade 7 spirit weapon. The corners of Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, whose mouths twitched as they revealed bitter smiles. They all felt that Duan Lingtian concealed his strength too deeply. Even Su Li's gaze slightly flickered and was slightly surprised. How could he possibly have a grade 7 spirit weapon? Tong Li's expression was incomparably unsightly, and the hand that held onto the black whip tightened. Cousin! A wisp of distress appeared on Duan Rong's face when he saw this scene. On the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingxing's body trembled. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something terrifying, and his gaze descended onto his right hand that held onto Duan Lingtian's violet myrtle flexible sword. His pupils constricted and his heart trembled. He was instantly terrified and wanted to withdraw his hand. What? Regretting extending your hand to grab my sword? How could Duan Lingtian not know what Duan Lingxing was thinking when he saw Duan Lingxing's expression? Duan Lingtian sneered as the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand moved along with Duan Lingxing's movements. Whoosh! The strength of 15 ancient mammoths completely suppressed Duan Lingxing's strength of 14 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingxing's defensive chi barrier was torn apart by Duan Lingtian's sword strike. The gold silk glove shattered in response. At practically the exact same moment, accompanied by Duan Lingxing's shrill cry, Duan Lingxing's palm was forcefully split into two, and the other half of his palm crashed onto the ground, dyeing the ground red with blood. Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and when he looked at Duan Lingtian once more, his eyes were filled with terror. That sword strike from before was for Li Xian. Li Xian, you ought to remember him, right? The little fatty that used his body to block your palm strike for me 2 years ago and saved my life. Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingxing. At that time, if it wasn't for little fatty Li Xian blocking that palm strike for him, he would have already been killed by Duan Lingxing, and it would be impossible for him to stand here. He'd once sworn that he would definitely take revenge for Li Xian. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and as if transforming into a spirit serpent, he approached Duan Lingxing and struck out with his sword once more. How could Duan Lingxing, who didn't have a spirit weapon and was injured, dodge this incomparably swift sword strike of Duan Lingtian's? Instantly, Duan Lingxing let out another shrill cry. One of his legs was forcefully chopped off by Duan Lingtian, and his entire body lost its support and crashed onto the ground. His body violently trembled as he struggled, and his eyes were filled with despair at this moment. How he wished that everything before his eyes was a dream. But unfortunately, intense pain unceasingly came, causing him to realize that this wasn't a dream, but reality. This sword strike was for Kerr. Do you still remember Kerr? That young girl that was injured by you when you wanted to kill me and brandished her sword at you. Duan Lingtian walked step by step towards Duan Lingxing, and his tone contained a breathtaking coldness mixed within. The scenes of the past appeared vividly before his eyes. That time he was almost killed by Duan Lingxing, the vice dean of Paladin Academy. The gray-robed old man looked at the bloody scene before him, yet he didn't have the slightest intention of interfering. A life-and-death battle that was signed with a life-and-death contract would only end when one party died. As a witness, he had to set an example. Moreover, he discerned that Duan Lingxing had actually made a move to kill Duan Lingtian in the past. He came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Duan Lingtian hated Duan Lingxing so much. So it turned out that there was a life-and-death enmity between them. So it turns out that this Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingxing had already formed an irreconcilable enmity in the past. No wonder they fought to the death the moment they met. They're both direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan, but the gap between the two is too great. Duan Lingtian is only around 18 years old, whereas Duan Lingxing seems to be already 23 years old this year. Duan Lingtian defeated a direct descendant disciple of the same clan that's 5 years older than him. His natural talent can be said to be heaven-defying, as expected of the son of Duan Rofeng. Compared to him, this Duan Lingxing is simply worse than trash. At this moment, not a single one of the Paladin Academy students present took pity on Duan Lingxing. Smiles appeared on the faces of Xiaoyu and the others. Duan Lingtian had won. Duan Rong's body trembled violently as he watched the scene before him, and his face went ghastly pale. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely make you die. Tong Li glanced at the violet-clothed youth in the distance with an icy cold gaze. Then she turned around and left. On the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingxing barely managed to use his origin energy to stop the blood from gushing out from his wounds, and his face was completely devoid of blood and was ghastly pale. As he gazed at Duan Lingtian, who held the blood-stained flexible sword and walked towards him step by step, Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and terror and despair appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, you can't kill me. I'm your clan brother. We're all direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan. You can't kill me. Duan Lingxing was stunned when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. Then he started laughing. Clan brother? A mocking smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 2 years ago, when you intended to kill me at the Li clan in Fresh Breeze Town, did you ever think that I was your clan brother? Not to mention 2 years ago, just now, when you intended to kill me, did you ever think that I was your clan brother? Now, when you see that your advantage is gone and you're at death's door, you consider yourself my clan brother and want me to let you live. Don't you think it's laughable? The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was still dripping blood onto the ground. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed onto the ground. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian arrived before Duan Lingxing, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand was slightly raised. Duan Lingxing seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian wouldn't fall for his trick, and his expression instantly changed as he roared in a stern voice. Duan Lingtian, if you dare kill me, my parents will absolutely not let you off. You're dead for sure. That cripple. Duan Lingtian laughed and didn't mind. The strength my father controls far exceeds your imagination. If you're sensible, then you won't kill me. Duan Lingxing made his final struggle. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. This sword is for myself. Under Duan Lingxing's despairing gaze, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand whistled down and swept past Duan Lingxing's throat. Hua! Instantly, blood gushed out. Duan Lingxing stared with a pair of despairing eyes as he collapsed weakly onto the ground with a bang. It turned out that the wound that he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding had also started to spurt out fresh blood. Duan Lingxing dead. Clang! Duan Lingtian put away the violet myrtle flexible sword, and the corners of his mouth held a trace of a smile. This was a smile of relief from a heavy burden. During these 2 years, There wasn't a moment when he wasn't thinking of killing Duan Lingxing to take revenge for the enmity of the past. Now everything had ended. Ha ha ha. Feeling a wave of satisfaction in his heart, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly, and his laughter spread throughout the deathly silent martial practice grounds. Besides the vice dean of Paladin Academy and Xiao Yu's group, the other Paladin Academy students looked at the nearby violet-clothed youth with a trace of fear in their eyes. This youth was too terrifying. He was already like this at the mere age of 18, and when he grew up in the future, who knew how heaven-defying he would be? Come, let's go eat. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood, then walked toward Xiao Yu's group with a brilliant smile on his face. The others were speechless. They glanced at Duan Lingxing's corpse on the martial practice grounds, and their hearts trembled. Now this Duan Lingtian still had the appetite to eat. Chapter 158. Paladin Academy Cafeteria. Duan Lingtian and the others sat in a circle. Duan Lingtian ate with big mouthfuls of food, as if what happened earlier didn't affect him in the slightest. On the other hand, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian were somewhat unable to eat. The bloody scene from before was still vivid in their minds, and it was difficult for them to get rid of it for a long time. Only Su Li was the same as Duan Lingtian and wasn't affected in the slightest. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 7 spirit weapon. If it wasn't for the life and death battle between you and Duan Lingxing, we probably would have been kept in the dark by you. Tian, who shook his head and sighed with a bitter smile on his face. In front of Duan Lingtian, the natural talent in the martial Tao that he took pride in his clan was simply inferior to trash. But he knew that he couldn't compare with this freak, or else he would only be looking for a blow to himself. Exactly. All along, even I've been deceived by you. Xiao Yu's eyes focused, and his gaze was extremely complicated. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian was only gradually getting further away, and that on the path of the martial Tao, he could still see Duan Lingtian's back. But who knew that Duan Lingtian's true strength had already left him far behind, causing him to be unable to catch up. What I didn't expect the most was your identity. You're actually Duan Roofing's son, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes focused as he was slightly surprised. It's true that I'm Duan Roofing's son, but I have no connection with the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he spoke indifferently. He was extremely disdainful of the Duan clan and wasn't willing to admit that he was a member of the Duan clan. Xiao Sun was stunned and glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, but didn't say anything further. He discerned that Duan Lingtian didn't have a good impression of the Duan clan. While Duan Lingtian was eating and drinking, Duan Rong had already brought Duan Lingxing's body back to the Duan clan's residence. In the spacious courtyard, Duan Lingxing was lying there. The blood on his body had dried up. Xing. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The fat woman, who weighed more than 150 kilograms, threw herself forward. She cried bitterly and her small eyes were red. She was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Son! Outside the courtyard, a figure moved as fast as lightning as he walked in. His voice was like a clap of thunder. This was a middle-aged man with a dignified look on his face. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. Now he came to the side of the corpse in the courtyard. His eyes were also red, and a deep hatred was taking root and sprouting in his heart. No matter who it is, as long as they kill my son, I will grind their bones to dust. Duan Rulei's voice was filled with ruthlessness. Second brother, I heard that Lingxing, another figure, ran into the courtyard. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he was dumbstruck. It was precisely the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong. Before long, 3 old men slowly walked into the courtyard under the lead of a middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold. This middle-aged man had a firm expression and an extraordinary temperament. Every move he made revealed a domineering dignity. His identity was obvious: the Duan clan's current patriarch, Duan Ruhua. Second brother, sister-in-law, my condolences. Duan Ruhua looked at Duan Rulei and his wife and sighed. Second brother, what actually happened? Duan Ruhong's face was grim, and his tone was suppressed. It carried dense rage. I just returned as well. Duan Rulei looked at the fat woman beside him. The fat woman's crimson-red eyes condensed a gaze that descended onto Duan Rong. It was Rong who brought Xing back. Rong, who actually killed your cousin? As the fat woman finished speaking, her voice trembled and her eyes revealed a vicious expression. Instantly, the gazes of everyone in the courtyard descended onto Duan Rong. Duan Rong became the center of attention. His body trembled and his eyes were crimson red as he said in a low voice, "And it was Duan Lingtian. It was that Duan Lingtian who did it." Duan Lingtian? The fat woman was stunned and was unable to react for a moment. "What did you say?" The Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong's face went pale as he looked at Duan Rong with a burning gaze. Which Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. This name wasn't unfamiliar to him. The son of his third brother, Duan Rafeng, was also called Duan Lingtian. 2 years ago, when he brought Duan Lingxing out on a business trip, he passed by Fresh Breeze Town and met him once. "It's Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian." Duan Rong gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Duan Lingtian, besides Duan Ruhong. This name was something that the people present were unable to react to in a short period of time. But Duan Rafeng, instead, it caused the people present to instantly sober up. "Impossible," Duan Ruhong coldly said. 2 years ago I saw Ling Tian once. At that time he was only a body-tempering martial artist. It has only been 2 years. How could he possibly have the strength to kill Lingxing? Moreover, it's impossible for him to be in the imperial city now. Duan Ruhong obviously didn't believe it. "It's true." Duan Rong's gaze towards the people present became suspicious as he hurriedly explained that Duan Lingtian should be around 18 years old now, and he's currently at Paladin Academy. Just a moment ago, Duan Rong's eyes were crimson red as he slowly finished explaining the sequence of events with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian, 18 years old, 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Rong's words caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. Even Duan Ruhong's pupils couldn't help but constrict. The youth who was only at the body-tempering stage 2 years ago was already in existence at the 9th level of the core formation stage now? Now, after confirming that the person who killed Duan Lingxing was Duan Lingtian, a trace of helplessness and bitterness arose within his heart. Both the palm and the back of the hand were flesh and blood, so it was that little bastard. The fat woman's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, icy cold and piercing to the bone. Life and death contract? Why didn't you persuade Lingxing at that time? Patriarch Duan Ru was eyes focused as he looked at Duan Rong and asked in a low voice. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. I did persuade him at that time, but cousin didn't listen to me at all. Moreover, I didn't know that Duan Lingtian's strength was so strong. It really was Ru Feng's son. Ru Feng's son stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage at the mere age of 18. His natural talent is even greater than Ru Feng's. Patriarch, since Lingxing was killed after signing a life and death contract, Lingxing can only be blamed for being arrogant. Besides that, Duan Lingtian is Ru Feng's son, a direct descendant of our Duan clan. He ought to be allowed to return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. The 3 old men behind Duan Ruhua, who are also elders of the Duan clan, spoke out one after another. Their eyes contained a trace of excitement mixed within, since Duan Lingxing had signed a life and death contract, not to mention that he died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Even if he died at the hands of an outsider, the Duan clan had no reason to interfere. Now their thoughts were completely placed on Duan Lingxing, the Duan Lingtian who killed Duan Lingtian. The natural talent in the martial Tao that Duan Lingtian revealed caused them to feel a wave of excitement. That year, the Duan clan members all believed that Duan Rafeng had a chance to become a true void stage expert and lead the Duan clan to glory and compete with the imperial family. But unfortunately, Duan Rafeng went missing. Yet now, many years later, Duan Rufeng's son had appeared, and his natural talent was even greater than Duan Rufeng's, allowing them to once again see hope. To them, to the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian was their hope. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Duan Lingxing. Even if they didn't sign a life and death contract, for the sake of the Duan clan's future, they wouldn't blame Duan Lingtian for killing Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian's value was something that 100 Duan Lingxings couldn't compare to. In this world where the strong were respected, this was reality, an ironclad reality. This was the cruelty of a large clan. If you were able to bring benefits to the clan, then you were a treasure. Conversely, you were grass. Elders, what do all of you mean by this? Hearing what the three old men said, the fat woman's small eyes flickered as she said sorrowfully, Lingxing is a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Even if he signed a life and death contract in a moment of carelessness, that little bastard still shouldn't have killed him. Lingxing is his clan brother. Such a vicious and merciless little bastard should be killed. If he were allowed to enter the Duan clan, who knows what chaos would occur? If the clan isn't willing to interfere in this matter, then I, Yun Ping, will deal with it myself. As the fat woman finished speaking, her voice was filled with bone-piercing coldness. The three old men's faces went grim. A woman dared to refute them? Even the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhu's face couldn't help but sink at this moment, and he shouted in a low voice, Sister-in-law, you're too presumptuous. At this moment, Duan Ruhu's thoughts were the same as the three elders. He was the Duan clan's patriarch, and had to make plans for the Duan clan. Slap. Suddenly a slap sounded out. It was Duan Ru Lei who gave the fat woman, his wife, Yun Ping, a slap. You hit me? Yun Ping was stunned. Her son was dead, and she'd only spoken words from the bottom of her heart. Yet her husband actually hit her. Yes, I hit you, ignorant woman. Duan Ru Lei raised his hand and gave Yun Ping another slap, and only then did he look respectfully at Duan Ruhua and the three old men. Patriarch, three elders. My son brought this upon himself and can't blame others. Duan Ru Lei knows what to do and what not to do. Patriarch, three elders, please be at ease. Not bad. It's rare for Ru Lei to see the big picture. The three Duan clan elders nodded in satisfaction. Only Patriarch Duan Ru, whose eyes squinted as he glanced deeply at Duan Ru Lei. Second brother, I hope you'll do as you say. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed, and the clan will be disappointed as well. Duan Ru Lei's body trembled as he repeatedly said, Yes, Patriarch. Fourth brother, you'll be responsible for bringing that child, Ling Tian, back to the clan. He suffered too much outside, and the Duan clan will properly compensate him. Duan Ruhua looked at the nearby Duan Ruhong as he slowly spoke. Yes, Patriarch. Duan Ruhong hurriedly received his orders, and he sighed in his heart as he knew that Duan Lingxing had died for nothing this time. Duan Rong was completely dumbstruck as he watched the Duan clan's patriarch and elders leave successively. This matter is over just like this? Second brother, second sister-in-law, the matter has already been decided. Please restrain your grief. Duan Ruhong consoled Duan Ru Lei and his wife before leaving with large strides. You really won't take revenge for your son? Chapter 159. Ignorant Woman. Duan Ru lay coldly swept the fat woman with his gaze, then glanced at Duan Rong. Rong, you go back first. Remember, don't provoke that Duan Lingtian no matter what. Yes, uncle. Duan Rong had a bitter expression as he answered and left. Duan Ru lay, I'm telling you, if you don't take revenge for your son, I'll return to my mother's family today. The fat woman's small eyes were filled with a terrifying coldness as she coldly spoke. Although her mother's family was inferior to the Duan clan, as far as she was concerned, it was more than enough to kill a Duan Lingtian. Humph! Do you think Xing is only your son? The hatred in my heart isn't any less than yours when Xing was killed. You saw the attitude of the patriarch and the 3 elders earlier. If I was blinded by hatred like you, then I can imagine that in order to protect Duan Lingtian, the clan would surely think of a way to take back my authority. Duan Ru Lei's voice was cold and revealed a dense coldness. I hit you earlier only to put on a show in front of the patriarch and the 3 elders, to make them lower their guard against me. Only in this way can I make them feel at ease. In this way, I'll have the chance to secretly think of a way to kill that little bastard. The fat woman's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she revealed a guilty expression. That year, that Duan Rafeng crippled my Dantian and made me wish I was dead. Now his son killed my son. I'll settle the old and new debts together. I'll surely burn that Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes. Duan Ru Lei's voice contained extreme coldness that shook one's mind. Starting from noon, Paladin Academy was bustling with activity for the entire afternoon. The life and death duel that happened this afternoon was spread everywhere. The Duan clan's peerless genius of the past, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, displayed a strength at the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18 and annihilated Duan Lingxing, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian, a new grade 1 student, easily killed a grade 4 student. The entire Paladin Academy was alarmed. The news gradually spread out from Paladin Academy. It probably wouldn't be long before the entire inner city of the Imperial City, and even the entire outer city of the Imperial City, would know of this shocking news. Another peerless genius had appeared in the Duan clan. As for the person involved, Duan Lingtian, he was currently lying lazily on a big tree at the side of the training field. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed the sunlight that shone on his body through the branches and leaves. Not far away, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were discussing the martial Dao and sparring with others. Some of the new students who were members of the Star Mastermind Department, like Duan Lingtian, would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian with traces of fear in their eyes. Although he knew that the young man wasn't simple, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Moreover, his identity was also shocking. Teacher Sima. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a silk headband and holding a feather fan arrived at the corner of the training field where the first years of the Star Mastermind Department were. A group of students bowed respectfully. Teacher. Duan Lingtian had just reacted when he discovered that Sima Chongfeng had come over. Whoosh! Sima Chongfeng's feet moved, and a gentle force supported him to descend onto the tree trunk beside Duan Lingtian. The tree trunk only slightly moved before it stopped swaying. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Obviously, the strength of this first-year teacher of the Star Mastermind Department was extraordinary. Moreover, Duan Lingtian noticed that Sima Chongfeng's aura was extremely restrained. Even if it was him, relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu and his formidable spiritual force, he was still unable to see through Sima Chongfeng's cultivation. Why did you say you weren't a member of the Duan clan the last time? Sima Chongfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he'd heard of what happened at noon today. I only found out about my origins 2 years ago. I only know that since I was sensible, I've been relying on my mother for survival. I don't know anything about the Duan clan, nor have I received any favor from the Duan clan. I've never thought of myself as a member of the Duan clan. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. So what I said was the truth. Sima Changfeng shook his head. After all, the blood of the Duan clan flows in your body. So what? Duan Lingtian declined to comment. I can't change my birth, but the path I'll walk in the future is controlled by my own hands. No one can stop my footsteps. Teacher, I wonder what your relationship with the Duan clan is, to actually be their lobbyist. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Sima Changfeng. His gaze of wisdom was something a youth shouldn't have. You little fellow, you're really a little fox. Sima Changfeng wasn't angry that Duan Lingtian had seen through him. I don't have any relationship with the Duan clan. However, the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong, is my good friend, and I was entrusted by him. Duan clan's fourth master. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and he couldn't help but recall the time when he was at the Fresh Breeze Townsley clan, the middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. At that time, his mother asked him to address that person as fourth uncle. He's Duan Ruhong? After a short moment, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at Sima Changfeng. Teacher, then please help me tell that Duan Ruhong. Duan Lingtian, was no longer a member of the Duan clan from the moment I left the Duan clan with my mother all those years ago. Sima Changfeng was slightly moved. Duan Lingtian, this matter can be big or small. You have to carefully consider it. Teacher, are you worried that the Duan clan will pursue the matter of Duan Lingxing after I refuse? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. You signed a life and death contract with Duan Lingxing, and the Duan clan has absolutely no reason to interfere. However, your decision is undoubtedly placing yourself in danger. That Duan Lingxing's father, the second master of the Duan clan, Duan Rulei, isn't a simple figure. If you return to the Duan clan, it's equivalent to having an additional layer of protection, and Duan Rulei wouldn't dare act rashly. Sima Changfeng spoke frankly with assurance, hitting the nail on the head. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but I've already made up my mind. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He could feel Sima Changfeng's concern from the bottom of his heart, and his heart warmed. However, a mere Duan Rulei was unable to force him to return to the Duan clan. It would be fine if Duan Rulei didn't come looking for trouble. But if he did, Duan Lingtian wouldn't mind turning the cripple into a dead man. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a strand of a cold light that could devour a person. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Sima Changfeng nodded. He was an intelligent person, and knew that if he were to continue speaking, it would only make Duan Lingtian feel disgusted. Very quickly, as if he'd thought of something, Sima Changfeng changed the topic. There's one more thing. The situation at the northwest border has been unstable recently, and it's very likely that a war between the two countries will break out. At that time, once the war breaks out, our Paladin Academy will also send students over as reinforcements, especially students from our STAR Mastermind department. If it really comes to that time, would you be interested in going? Once you perform meritorious military service, you'll be able to obtain a title conferred by the imperial family and soar into the sky. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he nodded. If there's really a chance, I'd like to go experience it. As a Special Forces soldier who transmigrated from his previous life's Earth, Duan Lingtian's bones were filled with hot blood. What he yearned for the most was the kind of war that used cold weapons to fight in the ancient times of his previous life. A single achievement could lead to the destruction of 10,000 years. That was the battlefield that belonged to iron-blooded men. The wind blows, the clouds fly, and the brave warriors leave, never to return. What lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations. It's good that you're interested. Sima Changfeng nodded with a smile, then flew down from the large tree, fanned his feather fan, and left in a carefree manner. After Sima Changfeng left, Duan Lingtian sat up. He closed his eyes and started cultivating 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, raging python form. The origin energy of the 5th level of the core formation stage within his body ceaselessly gushed out and converged at every part of his body, tempering his fleshly body and strengthening his vital energy and blood. An afternoon passed, and his progress was negligible. If this continues when Kerr and Little Face step into the origin core stage, I might still be stuck at the core formation stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Sometimes the slow advancement of the raging python form caused him to have a headache. Although his current strength was considered to be outstanding amongst his peers, but the potential threat he faced now didn't come from his peers. Although he had the inscription to rely on, it wasn't his own strength after all. Occasionally using it was fine, but if he really used it frequently, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold his entire fortune. Although I can refine the dragon blood pill in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and the other materials are ordinary, but where am I supposed to find the main material, dragon blood? Duan Lingtian was extremely vexed. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if he had the assistance of the dragon blood pill when cultivating the 9 dragons, war sovereign techniques, raging python form, then he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Once he consumed the dragon blood pill, the medicinal strength of the dragon blood pill would be able to instantly help him complete the tempering of his fleshly body at every level. In other words, if he had the dragon blood pill, Duan Lingtian would be able to be like an ordinary core formation martial artist and directly charge his cultivation level without having to care about tempering his fleshly body. The medicinal strength of the dragon blood pill would help him complete the tempering of his fleshly body in an instant. In this way, his cultivation speed would be able to obtain an extremely great increase. After all, he would be able to skip the step of tempering his fleshly body. At that time, with his natural talent and cultivation level, it wouldn't be difficult for him to catch up to Li Fei and Kerr. Dragon blood pill. Dragon blood. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even the weakest flood dragon is a void-prying stage demon beast. Even if I really encountered one, how would I obtain its blood? Duan Lingtian felt a slight headache. Right at this moment, hiss hiss! Under Duan Lingtian's sleeve, the little black snake stuck out its small head and stared at Duan Lingtian, flicking its forked tongue as its small eyes moved about. Why did you come out? You're not a dragon. Duan Lingtian glared angrily at the little black snake. Chapter 160. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, dragons were evolved from flood dragons. The flood dragon, on the other hand, evolved from the python. Once a python grew a bump on its head, it meant that it had already started to evolve into a flood dragon. When the bump bloomed and a dragon horn appeared, it would take the form of a flood dragon. Although a flood dragon was still far from a real dragon, it already had the blood of half a dragon flowing in its body. Half a dragon's blood was still dragon's blood. It met the requirements to refine the dragon blood pill. This little fellow used to have a bump on its head, and it bloomed later on to form this sharp golden horn. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, this little fellow is no longer a pure python, but a flood dragon. Duan Lingtian stared at the little black snake with a burning gaze, wishing that he could bleed it right now. Hiss hiss! The little black snake seemed to have realized danger from Duan Lingtian's gaze, and it flicked its tongue a few times before transforming into a bolt of lightning and scuttling back into Duan Lingtian's long sleeve. Little black, don't even think about running. I've decided I'll bleed you tonight. If your blood can really refine the dragon blood pill, I'll definitely make something delicious for you. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and grabbed the little black snake, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Hiss, hiss! The little black snake struggled unceasingly in the evening. Duan Lingtian, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Sun walked out of Paladin Academy together. After parting ways, he directly returned home. After instructing Xiong Quan to buy the other medicinal ingredients needed for the dragon blood pill, Duan Lingtian grabbed the little black snake that wanted to escape. Scoundrel, what did you do to Little Black? Why is it so afraid of you? Li Fei was stunned when she saw this scene. Kerr also looked at Duan Lingtian. She noticed that the little white snake that was holding her hand seemed to have noticed something, and its body started to slightly tremble. I'll tell you later. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously and dragged the little black snake back to his room. Duan Lingtian grabbed the little black snake with one hand and pulled out the crepe myrtle flexible sword from his waist with the other. It was as if they were sharpening their swords against pigs and sheep. Hiss, hiss! Fear appeared in the little black snake's eyes. Little Black, listen to me. I just want some of your blood. Duan Lingtian comforted him softly. Under Duan Lingtian's comforting, the restless little black snake finally calmed down. At this time, the crepe myrtle soft sword in Duan Lingtian's hand turned into a sword light and swept towards the little python's body. Clang! Who would have thought that it wouldn't leave a single mark on the little black snake's body? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't expect the little black snake's defense to be so terrifying. Duan Lingtian gradually increased his strength. In the end, he noticed to his astonishment that even if he utilized the strength of 15 ancient mammoths, he was actually unable to tear open Little Black's defense. He gave up. You're really a little freak. Your defense is so strong. How am I supposed to bleed you? Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile and helplessness on his face. Just when he was thinking if he should ask Duan Lingtian for help, Little Black's eyes swiveled to meet Duan Lingtian's gaze. Then it lightly nodded and bit onto its own tail. Instantly, drop after drop of golden blood dripped down. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and hurriedly passed over the small bottle he'd prepared earlier, collecting all the golden blood within. After collecting around 10 drops of golden blood, Duan Lingtian noticed that Little Black's eyes that were brimming with vigor had slightly dimmed down. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly stretched out his hand to press on Little Black's wound, then sent an 8th grade gold injury pill into Little Black's mouth. After a short moment, Little Black's wound healed, as if it had never been injured. However, Little Black's spirit seemed to be extremely exhausted, and it fell asleep immediately. Did I put in too much? Shaking the golden blood in the small bottle, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he felt somewhat guilty in his heart. I hope it's useful. Otherwise, Little Black would have suffered for nothing this time. Duan Lingtian sighed, took out the medicinal cauldron, and started refining the dragon blood pill. The dragon blood pill wasn't difficult to refine. The first step was to completely refine all the other ordinary medicinal ingredients. This step only required an hour. An hour later, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed some anticipation. He took out a drop of golden blood from the small bottle and dripped it into the medicinal cauldron. Duan Lingtian watched without blinking bang. Suddenly, the medicinal cauldron emitted a loud sound and started to tremble. Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and he stretched out his hand, fiercely pressing down on the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal cauldron trembled nonstop, and only stopped after a full 10 minutes. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. Now he didn't know if the dragon blood pill was successful. Whoosh! A light howl of the wind entered his ears. Duan Lingtian's eyes and hands were swift, and he directly caught a medicinal pill that flew out from the medicinal cauldron. He opened his hand to take a look. This was a medicinal pill that flickered with a golden sheen, and it looked extraordinary. This is the dragon blood pill. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and swallowed the dragon blood pill. In almost an instant, Duan Lingtian noticed. When the dragon blood pill entered his body, it actually divided into 2 strands of medicinal strength. One strand of medicinal strength concealed itself within his dantian, whereas the other strand of medicinal strength guided the origin energy within his dantian to whistle out and fuse into every part of his body. When the medicinal strength vanished, he could clearly feel that the tempering of his fleshly body at the 5th level of the core formation stage had been completed. He lightly clenched his fist. Whoosh! Above Duan Lingtian, 14 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form compared to before. There was an extra ancient mammoth strength. It's done. In the future, I can finally cultivate like a normal core formation martial artist. Why is the other strand of medicinal strength that the dragon blood pill divided into still within my dantian? Duan Lingtian looked into his dantian and noticed that the strand of medicinal strength was like gangrene that had attached itself to the bone, and it stopped within his dantian and didn't leave. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was no mention of such a situation occurring. Could it be that there's something wrong with the little black snake's golden blood? Forget it, there's no movement anyway, so I'll just ignore it. Duan Lingtian frowned, then relaxed his brows and paid no further attention to it. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once again and continued cultivating the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, charging towards the 6th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian didn't know that at this moment, the news of him killing Duan Lingxing and his origins had already spread throughout the entire imperial city, no matter if it was the restaurants in the outer city or the inner city. They were all filled with discussions about him. Tian, Li Ro's voice sounded from outside the door, causing Duan Lingtian to be startled awake from his cultivation. Mom, is something the matter? Duan Lingtian opened the door as he spoke. He saw his mother, Li Ro, who was standing at the door, had a trace of anger faintly mixed within her peerlessly beautiful face. Mom, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. Is the news that's spreading outside true? You killed your second uncle's son? Li Ro's tone was slightly gloomy, as she intentionally suppressed her anger. If it wasn't for her hearing the discussion of the 2 servant girls in the house, she who had closed her door and never left the house would simply not know of the matter that was spreading like wildfire outside. The son of the Duan clan's Duan Rafeng, Duan Lingtian, killed his clan brother Duan Lingxing. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't intend to conceal it. Why? Li Ro's voice was filled with anger. That's your second uncle's son, your clan brother. Mom, come in and have a seat first. Duan Lingtian welcomed his mother into the room, and after letting her sit down, he slowly said, Mom, no matter how angry you are about this matter, I don't regret it. Could it be that you've forgotten that Li Xian was almost killed by him? At that time, Li Xian blocked that palm strike for me. If it wasn't for Li Xian, I would have been killed by Duan Lingxing. And this time, if it wasn't for him wanting to kill me, he wouldn't have signed a life and death contract. He felt that he would win without a doubt, so he agreed to my life and death challenge. He wanted to kill me. Could it be that I can't kill him? Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute. After hearing what Duan Lingtian said, Li Ro's expression started to ease up and she sighed. Even if he did something wrong, what harm is there in letting him live for your father's sake? That year, your father crippled his father's dantian after all, causing his father to be unable to condense origin energy for his entire lifetime. Mom, you're extremely clear about what happened that year. If it wasn't for that Duan Ru being overbearing, how could Dad have accidentally crippled his dantian? Moreover, that Duan Ru isn't a good person. For the sake of his nephew, he even sent 2 9th-level origin core martial artists to kill me yesterday. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a cold intent. What? Li Ro's face went ghastly pale. That Duan Ru sent people to kill you? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke of the conflict between him and Duan Rome, as well as what happened after that. Mom, I know you've always felt guilty for Dad, but that Duan Rule didn't think so. Their entire family wished for nothing more than to tear me into pieces, and I only struck first to gain the initiative. Never mind, never mind. Li Ro shook her head and sighed. Mom wrongly blamed you for today's matter. However, you must be careful in the future. Also, that second aunt of yours isn't easy to deal with. Li Ro still remembered that after her husband went missing that year, those people that targeted her were practically all instigated by Duan Rule's wife, Yun Ping. Later on, it was precisely because she was worried that Yun Ping would harm Duan Lingtian that she left the Duan clan. Mom, don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. When have you ever seen me do something that I'm not confident in? Li Ro extended her hand to stroke Duan Lingtian's face, and her clear eyes contained a complicated expression. Since that time when you were heavily injured by Li Xian, Mom noticed that you've changed a lot. Sometimes Mom even feels that you've become unfamiliar. However, no matter what you've become, you're still Mom's son in the end. Your filial piety towards Mom hasn't changed at all. Mom is very gratified. When Li Ro spoke halfway, Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and he only heaved a sigh of relief when Li Ro finished speaking. Mom, no matter when, I'll always be your son, a son that you can be proud of. Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. Mom believes you. Chapter 161. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian went to Paladin Academy as usual. Everything seemed to be very calm. But Duan Lingtian knew that all of this was only the calm before the storm. Right now, who knew how many undercurrents were surging in the dark against him. At noon, Duan Lingtian ate with Xiao Yu and the others in the cafeteria as usual. Suddenly, in the distance, a senior student walked over in large strides and passed an invitation to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the third prince, will hold a banquet in the estate in 10 days, inviting the young talents of the imperial city. This is the invitation he asked me to pass to you. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before putting down the invitation and turning around to leave. Third prince, Duan Lingtian opened the invitation, and on it were some polite words. The signature was Chu Yang. Duan Lingtian had heard that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family had the surname Chu. Duan Lingtian, the third prince, is famous for his thirst for talent. The young talents that are invited by him are all dragons amongst men. I'm afraid he's taken a fancy to you this time. Xiao Sun laughed heartily. What kind of person is this third prince? Duan Lingtian put away the invitation and was slightly curious. The invitation was personally written by the third prince, Chu Yang, and his words were extremely casual. There wasn't the slightest trace of a condescending tone, and it was more like he was treating Duan Lingtian with an equal attitude. This was extremely rare in Duan Lingtian's opinion. The third prince is famous in the imperial city for being easy to talk to, and he's also one of the few crown princes with the most support, Xiao Sun slowly said. In recent years, the emperor has aged and is bedridden all year round. It's the time for the throne to change. Including the third prince, the few crown princes are even secretly competing against each other. Duan Lingtian, you have to carefully consider the banquet set up by the third prince in 10 days. Once you go, it means you'll become a thorn in the side of the other princes. Among them is the fifth prince. The fifth prince is also a popular candidate for the next successor to the throne. If you lean towards the third prince's side, even if he knows that you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan, I'm afraid he'll shed all pretense of cordiality with you. After all, your natural talent is too shocking. It's very likely that he'll take you as a potential threat and strangle you in the cradle. Xiao soon finished speaking in one breath. According to him, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would find an excuse to not attend the banquet. Sometimes there were some things that could not be touched. Once touched, it would lead to disaster. Even the 3 great clans of the imperial city would generally not allow their direct descendants to be involved in the dispute for the throne. Fifth Prince. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I'm just going to attend a banquet, and he wants to strangle me in the cradle? Duan Lingtian, are you really going to attend the banquet? You have to think carefully. Xiao Sun originally thought that Duan Lingtian would accept his suggestion and not attend the banquet. But now it seemed that Duan Lingtian really intended to attend the banquet. Why wouldn't I go? It's only a meal, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. A meal? The corners of Xiao Sun's mouth twitched, and he gave Xiao Yu a signal with his eyes. But unfortunately, even if Xiao Yu spoke out to persuade him, Duan Lingtian only laughed it off and didn't take this matter seriously. In the afternoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds, consumed an origin increasing pill, and silently cultivated now as long as he had free time. He practically used it all on cultivating. What he wanted to do now was to allow his cultivation to break through to the origin core stage as soon as possible. Once he broke through to the origin core stage, he would be able to become a grade 8 alchemist and refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, which would allow Xiong Quan's cultivation to recover to the void prying stage. At that time, many of the problems he faced would be easily solved. Unknowingly, dusk arrived. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and leaped down from the large tree, then walked out of Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. It's the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage. Xiao Sun's eyes were sharp as he recognized the carriage that was parked outside Paladin Academy's entrance. Now, besides the carriage driver, there were 2 other people that each rode a Fergana horse and stood there. A middle-aged soldier that wore light armor, and beside him was a young man that wore casual clothes. The young man was around 20 years old and had the Paladin Academy's student token on his waist. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian walk out of Paladin Academy, he said to the middle-aged soldier, "Father, that violet-clothed youth is Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian had just walked out when he noticed the 2 people beside the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage galloping forward on their horses and walking towards him. After a short moment, the 2 people dismounted their horses. The middle-aged soldier nodded to Duan Lingtian and asked politely, "May I ask if you're young Master Lingtian?" "You are." Duan Lingtian had a bewildered expression, as he didn't know this person. "I'm Pang Wu, the Deputy General under Grand General Ne, and this is my son Pang Rue. I came here today on the orders of the Grand General to invite young Master Lingtian to the Divine Might Marquis Estate for a gathering." Pang Wu spoke respectfully, and he didn't look down on Duan Lingtian in the slightest, because Duan Lingtian was only a youth. "The Grand General you speak of is the current Divine Might Marquis Neyuan?" Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised as he asked curiously. "Exactly." Pang Wu hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. Could it be that the Divine Might Marquis Neyuan knows of my true identity? That's not right. Logically speaking, his disguise technique should be flawless. Then why is it here? Duan Lingtian carried a trace of bewilderment as he bid farewell to Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu, then boarded the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage. "Deputy General Pang, do you know why the Divine Might Marquis is looking for me?" Duan Lingtian pulled open the carriage's curtains and asked Pang Wu, who was outside. But unfortunately, Pang Wu didn't know either, as he was only under orders to receive Duan Lingtian. Once again arriving at the Divine Might Marquis Estate, Duan Lingtian had a different feeling. This time he came to the Divine Might Marquis Estate with his true appearance. Within the Divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall, Duan Lingtian once again saw the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan. You're the son of my brother Ru Feng, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian noticed that when Nye Yuan saw him, he was extremely excited. As he thought of what Nye Yuan said, his heart shook. Could it be that the relationship between this divine might Marquis Nye Yuan and his deadbeat father wasn't ordinary? Greetings, Marquis. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to Nye Yuan, which could be considered as a greeting. Nye Yuan didn't mind Duan Lingtian's lack of manners in the slightest. He arrived before Duan Lingtian in a few steps, then extended his hand to grab onto Duan Lingtian's shoulders and patted him, then laughed heartily. Ru Feng has a good son. Ru Feng has a good son. Nye Yuan's laughter was filled with gratification and wasn't fake in the slightest. Duan Lingtian's heart felt warm. Looks like the relationship between his deadbeat father and this divine might Marquis isn't shallow. Marquis, you're friends with my father? Duan Lingtian had a bewildered expression as he asked. Come, sit down first. I'll tell you slowly. After Nye Yuan invited Duan Lingtian to sit down at the side, he had a face full of smiles as he told Duan Lingtian about the past between him and Duan Rafeng. As he spoke, Nye Yuan's eyebrows fluttered, and he seemed to have become younger by a few years. Gradually, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. It turned out that his deadbeat father was good friends with Nye Yuan. That year, the two of them were students that entered Paladin Academy in the same batch. From the beginning, they got to know each other through a fight, but in the end, they became good friends and good brothers. That year, if it wasn't for me going on an expedition, I wouldn't have let you and your mother go far away. Speaking of this matter, it's all my fault. I've let brother Ru Feng down. Nye Yuan said guiltily, Marquis, all of this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he shook his head. He was able to sense that Nye Yuan was really concerned about him. Little Tian, you don't have to be courteous before me. That year, when your father was still here, I addressed him as my brother. In the future, you can call me Uncle Nye. Nye Yuan said. In his eyes, there was a doting expression. Uncle Nye. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile, and he admired Nye Yuan from the bottom of his heart. His deadbeat father had been missing for so many years, yet Nye Yuan was still able to love him to this extent. It was truly rare. Father, I heard Lingtian has come? Right at this moment, a young man slowly walked in from outside the audience hall, and his voice contained slight, pleasant surprise mixed within. It was precisely Nye Yuan's son, Nye Fun. Little Tian, this is my son, Nye Fun. Now that I speak of it, he even carried you when you were still in swaddling clothes all those years ago. Nye Yuan introduced. As expected of the child of Uncle Ru Feng and Aunt Ro, his appearance is handsome and extraordinary, and he's even slightly similar to Uncle Ru Feng all those years ago. Nye Fun couldn't help but praise as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Big brother Nye, you're too kind. Even if Duan Lingtian's skin was thick, he still couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Nye Fun smiled. Little Tian, you don't know, but when he heard the news about you yesterday, my father still didn't dare believe it. Until it was confirmed, then he immediately asked Uncle Pang to go get you. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration towards Duan Lingtian's actions at Paladin Academy yesterday. A youth that was only 18 years old actually had a cultivation that had stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. As for the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Duan Lingxing, he didn't think much of it. In his eyes, Duan Lingxing was nothing. If Ru Feng knew that he had a son like you, he would surely be gratified. Nye Yuan, this dignified Grand General, vividly displayed the amiability of a senior before Duan Lingtian. I heard the voices of you father and son from far away. This is Ru Feng's son? Suddenly, an aged figure walked in from outside the audience hall. Duan Lingtian glanced over, and the person that entered was precisely the senior marquis. When the senior marquis saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, he was stunned. You! A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He knew that the old man had already recognized him. Accurately speaking, the old man had recognized him as the Lingtian that refined the antidote that day. Although the origin energy in the old man's body was suppressed by the dark nether minx poison, the spiritual force of a void prying stage expert still remained. Relying on his acute perception, he was naturally able to detect that Duan Lingtian's aura was similar to Lingtian's from that day. Father, what's this? Chapter 162. Niefan looked at his grandfather as well, as he noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right. Are you going to say it yourself, or should I? The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian with a deep meaning, and the corners of his mouth held a smile, as if everything was within his control. Nie Yuan and Niefan were even more curious, as they didn't know what riddle the old man and Duan Lingtian were talking about. Senior Marquis, it's better if you say it. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed, as he was rather helpless when facing an old fox like this. If it wasn't for my perception that far surpassed an ordinary person, I'm afraid I wouldn't have noticed. Needless to say, your disguise technique is indeed brilliant, Brother Lingtian. The old man's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled, as if he'd said something unimportant. Brother Lingtian? Disguise? Nie Yuan and Niefan weren't stupid, and they instantly reacted. There seemed to be only one youth that could make the old man call him brother, and it was precisely that mysterious youth, Lingtian, that came to the Divine Might Marquis estate over 2 months ago and refined the antidote medicinal pill for the old man. Little Tian. The brother Lingtian from that day was actually you. Nie Yuan noticed, as well, that the build and voice of this nephew of his was exactly the same as the violet, clothed youth with an ordinary appearance from that day. In an instant his face was filled with shock. It's really Brother Lingtian. Niefan was stunned as well, and he slightly didn't dare believe it. Uncle Nie. Big Brother Nie, it's me. That day I didn't know that Uncle Nie and my father had that layer of relationship, so I hope you can forgive me for offending you. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile apologetically when he recalled the incident from that day. It was really as the saying goes, a family that doesn't recognize a family. Brother Lingtian, what are you saying? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid this old life of mine wouldn't be able to live for long. The old man shook his head and sighed, and his gaze was complicated. Never had he imagined that the youth that refined the antidote medicinal pill for him would actually be the son of his son's good friend, Duan Ruffin. Senior Marquis, please don't call me brother. I don't dare to accept it. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. It was fine that he didn't acknowledge Nie Yuan back then, but now that he knew of the relationship between the Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan, and his cheapskate father, he didn't dare be presumptuous anymore. If his mother found out about this, she would definitely not let him off. Yes, father, little Tian is right. Nie Yuan also came back to his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed heartily. The shock that this nephew of his had brought to him came wave after wave, one after another. An 18-year-old 9th level core formation martial artist. An 18-year-old 9th grade alchemist. Any one of these halos was sufficient to shake the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and make everyone admire them. And now these 2 halos had appeared on the youth in front of him at the same time. Rufong, if you were still alive, I'm afraid you would wake up laughing in your sleep, right? Nie Yuan sighed inwardly. Then I'll call you Little Tian from now on, and you can call me Grandpa Nie. How does that sound? The old man smiled at Duan Lingtian. Grandpa Nie. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at the old man. Niefan stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian. Up until now, he still hadn't recovered from his shock. The shock that Duan Lingtian gave him was too great. Under the invitation of the Divine Might Marquis Estate's grandfather and grandson, Duan Ling Tian stayed at the Divine Might Marquis estate for a meal. Little Tian, is your mother in the imperial city as well? Nie Yuan asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Have you returned to the Duan clan? Nie Yuan seemed to have thought of something and asked. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Then you. Nie Yuan was dazed. I bought a courtyard house in the inner city, and my family lives there. Duan Ling Tian smiled. You killed that Duan Lingxing this time and revealed a strength at the 9th level of the core formation stage. With your current natural talent, the Duan clan ought to have sent someone to invite you back, right? Nie Yuan's eyes flickered. He was extremely clear about the matters of those great clans. The natural talent that Duan Ling Tian revealed now was sufficient for the Duan clan to put down their pride and rope him in. Uncle Nie has godlike foresight. The Duan clan did indeed send someone to persuade me, but I refused. Duan Ling Tian spoke extremely casually, and when he spoke of refusing to return to the Duan clan, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It's good that you refused. The Duan clan actually forced you and your mother to leave that year. Now let them regret it. Nie Yuan didn't have any good impression of the Duan clan. My Divine Might Marquis estate isn't small. Why don't you and your mother move in? There aren't many people in the imperial city who dare be presumptuous here. As he finished speaking, Nie Yuan had a face full of confidence. Uncle Nie, we're already used to our own courtyard house, so we won't trouble you. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile as he declined Nie Yuan's good intentions. Little Tian, you killed Duan Lingxing. That Duan Ru Lei probably won't let the matter go. Is it safe for you and your mother to live in that courtyard house? Do you need me to send someone to protect you? Nie Yuan was slightly worried. Don't worry, Uncle Nie. They don't have the ability to find that place. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had eaten his fill and stood up. Uncle Nie, thank you for the dinner. I ought to return now. Otherwise, my mother will be worried. I'll send you off. Nie Yuan stood up as well, and together with Nie Fun, they sent Duan Ling Tian out of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Meanwhile, the pupils of the few guards at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate couldn't help but constrict. Who the heck is this youth? He's actually able to make the Marquis father and son personally send him off. Uncle Nie, Big Brother Nie, I'll be leaving first. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to Nie Yuan and Nie Fin. Then his figure flashed, as if transforming into a spirit serpent as he scuttled to the end of the street and vanished. Father! I truly never imagined that Uncle Ru Feng's son would be even more heaven-defying than him all those years ago. Only when Duan Ling Tian's figure vanished before his eyes did Nie Fin react and sigh with emotion. An 18-year-old 9th-level core formation martial artist, a grade 9 alchemist. Moreover, the tenacity of his disposition is even greater than brother Ru Feng all those years ago. Most importantly, after he found out about the relationship between me and his father, he even intentionally avoided arousing suspicion and wasn't willing to let me help him, as if he was afraid he would owe me a favor. Nie Yuan laughed bitterly. It's really been hard on this child these past few years. A favor? Nie Fan's expression froze. He helped grandfather cure the poison, so it seems that we owe him even more. Duan Ling Tian circled around the inner city a few times and only returned home after he noticed that no one was following him. He still sighed with emotion when he recalled what happened today. The Divine Might Marquis estate. In the past, he still had the intention of using it. But now, after he found out about the relationship between the Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan, and his deadbeat father, he instead dispelled the thought of using the Divine Might Marquis estate. Although, if he had the Divine Might Marquis estate to rely on, then most of the problems he faced now would be easily solved. However, he wasn't willing to do so. His gaze wasn't limited to this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the future, he would walk out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to an even vaster world at that time. It would be impossible for him to have an existence similar to the divine might Marquis estate to rely on. So now he'd taken the problems he faced as his touchstone. Everything would be solved by himself, and not by relying on others. Only when he was strong himself would he be truly strong. Of course, Duan Lingtian wasn't a stubborn person. If he really needed to use his trump card, the divine might Marquis estate, he would use it appropriately. Duan Lingtian had just returned home. The three beauties in his home came up to greet him with faces full of worry. His mother, Li Ro, was the first to ask, "Tian, why did you return so late today?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "Mom, I was invited to dinner by Uncle Nya." "Uncle Nya?" Li Ro wasn't able to react for a moment. "The divine might Marquis estate's divine might Marquis Nya Yuan," Duan Lingtian said. "Big brother Nya Yuan?" Li Ro was shocked. Then a light smile appeared on her face. So many years have passed, and he has already inherited the title of divine might Marquis. It's rare that he still has the heart to invite you over as soon as he heard of you. Li Ro knew as well that this son of hers was now famous throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. It could be said that there was no one who didn't know of him. The following 10 days were calm and tranquil. Besides the Duan clan sending people to wait at the entrance of Paladin Academy to persuade Duan Lingtian and make numerous promises that were successively rejected by Duan Lingtian. During these 10 days, Duan Lingtian didn't encounter anything special. The Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, and the imperial family's fifth prince seemed to have completely vanished without a trace overnight. At dusk, after Duan Lingtian separated from Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, he didn't return home but instead headed towards the third prince's estate. The invitation the third prince ordered someone to give him was withdrawn from his spatial ring and stuffed into his pocket. They passed by a secluded alley. Suddenly, hiss, 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 2 small heads popped out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve. A little black snake and a little white snake were currently flicking their tongues as they moved their eyes to stare at Duan Lingtian, and the gold and silver horns on their heads flickered with a faint sheen. "You 2 little fellows, behave yourselves." Duan Lingtian put away the 2 little pythons into his sleeve before continuing forward. For safety's sake, he intentionally brought the little white snake along with him when he left today. It was equivalent to having 2 4th-level nascent soul stage bodyguards. Moreover, with the little white snake and little black snake's speed and body size that were almost negligible, even a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist might die at their hands if he was slightly careless. Although the third prince's estate was spacious, it looked simple and unadorned from the outside. The third prince's estate was not far away. "Go!" A shout sounded out from afar, followed by a wave of deafening sounds of horse hooves. Duan Lingtian glanced over. He saw a blue-clothed young man spurring a Fergana horse over, and his target was the third prince's estate as well. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Chapter 163. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he faced the charging Fergana horse. He clenched his right fist tightly and his muscles bulged. If the other party really drove his horse over, he wouldn't mind sending the other party and his horse flying. The Fergana horse was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. Nay, the young man on the Fergana horse instantly tightened his grip on the reins, and the Fergana horse stopped 1 meter away from Duan Lingtian. The young man arrogantly glanced at Duan Lingtian and said in a condescending tone, "Kid, you've got guts? You're lucky. If this wasn't the entrance of the third prince's mansion, you would have already been sent flying by my crimson blood. You'd be dead for sure." Crimson blood was what the young man called his Fergana horse. The meaning behind the young man's words was that he had some misgivings at the entrance of the third prince's mansion. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have already been knocked to death by him. Duan Lingtian calmly looked at the young man, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. Your luck isn't bad, either. As the young man revealed a puzzled expression, Duan Lingtian turned around and walked towards the entrance of the third prince's mansion. Just as he said, the young man's luck was indeed not bad. If the young man hadn't stopped just now, he would have already been sent flying along with his horse. Duan Lingtian still had this bit of confidence. Lowly commoner. The young man coldly snorted and overtook Duan Lingtian, arriving at the entrance of the third prince's mansion before him. The young man dismounted and handed the reins to a servant of the third prince's mansion. He then handed over an invitation to a middle-aged man who looked like a manager. Under the orders of the middle-aged manager, another servant and the young man walked into the mansion and led the way for the young man. Guest, please show your invitation. At this time, Duan Lingtian had also arrived at the entrance of the third prince's mansion. The middle-aged manager had a smile on his face, and he didn't dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. The young man that had already entered the estate turned around, and when he saw it was that violet-clothed youth again, he couldn't help but sneer. Kid, not just anyone has the qualifications to enter the third prince's estate. If you don't have an invitation, then hurry up and go home to drink milk. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. This person had provoked him time and time again. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? Looking at the back of the young man swaggering away before his eyes, Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. He reached into his bosom and took out the invitation. Duan Lingtian? So, you are young Master Lingtian. After reading the invitation, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. His face was filled with humility and reverence. The third prince had instructed that if this young man came, he must receive him with the highest level of respect. He did not dare to be negligent. Young Master Lingtian, this way, please. The middle-aged manager took a deep breath and personally led the way for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian indifferently nodded, then followed behind the middle-aged manager and walked into the third prince's estate. He's Duan Lingtian. Only that Duan Lingtian, who recently rose to fame in the imperial city, is able to make the manager personally lead the way. The young man that entered before seems to be the #1 disciple of the Su clan's branch family, Sulan, right? He seemed to be mocking Duan Lingtian earlier. Although that Sulan's strength isn't low in terms of natural talent, he can't compare to Duan Lingtian. A few servants whispered to each other. Along the way, Duan Lingtian noticed that this third prince should be a person who knew how to live. Such a large estate was filled with exotic flowers and rare herbs. There were even some rare medicinal herbs. Under the middle-aged manager's lead, Duan Lingtian quickly arrived at a spacious artificial lake in the inner courtyard. Currently, the sky was gradually darkening, but a building that stood in the center of the artificial lake was brightly lit. Occasionally, laughter could be heard, and it was extremely lively. The Su clan's young master Sulan has arrived. Before long, a sonorous voice sounded from the front. Sulan! Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised. The young man that provoked him earlier was actually a member of the Su clan? No wonder he was so arrogant. However, Shao Sun seemed to have said that the 3 great clans of the imperial city had always prohibited direct descendant disciples from participating in the struggle for imperial power. In this case, this Sulan shouldn't be a direct descendant of the Su clan. Greetings to the third prince and princess Bai Yao. Under the middle-aged manager's lead, Duan Lingtian had just walked onto the wooden bridge that led to the building in the center of the lake when he heard Su Lan's humble and respectful voice. Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Presently, he had already been in the imperial city for a few months and knew many things about the imperial city in detail. Princess Bai Yao was the current emperor's most beloved daughter. She was also publicly acknowledged as the #1 beauty in the imperial city. the #1 beauty in the imperial city. I wonder how she compares to my family's Kerr and little Fei? Curiosity arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. No matter if it was Kerr or Li Fei, they were both top-notch beauties he'd seen since arriving in this world. Among the women he'd seen, only the Xiao clan Xiaolon, Xiao Yu's little sister that was as beautiful as a celestial maiden, could compare to them. Besides her, he'd never seen another woman that could be mentioned in the same breath as these two women. Your Highness, young Master Ling Tian has arrived. The middle-aged manager's footsteps were steady as he brought Duan Ling Tian to the building in the center of the lake and spoke respectfully. Instantly, the gaze of the young man that sat at the head of the building in the center of the lake abruptly lit up. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian walked into the building in the center of the lake as well. With a single glance, an amiable-looking young man in a golden robe sat at the head of the table. The young man was around 26 or 27 years old and had a dignified expression between his brows. He'd inherited the dignity of a member of the imperial family. Third Prince. Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of this person and lightly nodded with a smile, which could be considered as a greeting. Audacious. Right at this moment, the old man that stood behind the golden-robed young man frowned and shouted in a stern voice. The terrifying voice was condensed from origin energy, and it directly pierced into Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Duan Lingtian's formidable spiritual force instantly dispelled this voice. His expression didn't change as he calmly swept the old man with his gaze before looking at the young girl that sat on the right side of the third prince. The young girl's age was similar to his, around the age of 18. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and an extraordinary bearing. Beautiful hair that draped over her shoulders fell behind her like a waterfall. Her pretty cheeks caused one to be unable to refrain from feeling pity with a single glance. Her small mouth that was like a cherry even caused one to have the desire to kiss and suck on it. In terms of appearance, this young girl wasn't inferior to Kerr and Li Fei. As expected of the #1 beauty in the imperial city, she's comparable to my family's Kerr and little Fei. Duan Lingtian quickly recovered from his shock and lightly smiled to the young girl. Princess Bai Yao. From Duan Lingtian greeting the third prince to being fiercely shouted at by the old man to bowing to Princess Bai Yao, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The old man's eyes emitted surprise and bewilderment. A mere 9th-level core formation martial artist was actually able to block his origin energy condensed from origin energy. This caused him to feel slight disbelief. Huh. The third prince laughed heartily. I've long since heard of Brother Ling Tian's great name. Now that I've met you today, you really do deserve your reputation. I originally thought that Brother Ling Tian might not pay attention to my invitation, but I never imagined that Brother Ling Tian would really come. You've truly given me a pleasant surprise. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Third Prince is too kind. I'm only an ordinary person, and being able to be invited by Third Prince is my honor. Brother Ling Tian is so young, yet so neither servile nor overbearing. It's truly hard to come by. Brother Ling Tian, please sit. The third prince abruptly stood up and invited Duan Ling Tian to the seat on the left side of the head seat. This seat was obviously intentionally left empty. Thank you, third prince. Duan Ling Tian wasn't courteous and directly sat down. At this moment, numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian from the seats below. The owners of these gazes were basically all young men between the ages of 20 to 25. All of them revealed arrogant gazes, and looking at their clothes and temperaments, they were obviously people of extraordinary birth. They were originally curious about who the third prince intentionally prepared a seat on the side of the head seat was actually left for. Now they came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that it was left for this youth whose reputation had recently risen in the imperial city. On one side of the third prince's head seat was Princess Bai Yao, and on the other side was Duan Lingtian. No one would say anything if Princess Bai Yao sat there, but Duan Lingtian. Presently, many of the young geniuses present had unswerving gazes. Of course, they didn't dare to make things difficult for the third prince. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they were extremely unfriendly. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed these gazes, but he didn't mind. His gaze landed on Su Lan in the distance. At this moment, Su Lan's gaze was slightly unnatural. He never would have thought that the violet-clothed youth he met outside the third prince's estate was actually the Duan Lingtian that had recently given rise to much discussion in the imperial city. However, when he recalled a matter he heard 2 days ago, he calmed down in his heart. His gaze was fierce and without the slightest trace of fear. He looked straight at Duan Lingtian. "So you're that Duan Lingtian. I heard that the Duan clan has repeatedly invited you back, but you've always refused. No wonder you don't even have a decent horse and can only walk to the third prince's estate." Su Lan looked at Duan Lingtian, and his brows raised as he spoke indifferently, and his words were filled with ridicule. The third prince attaching so much importance to Duan Lingtian caused him to feel a wave of displeasure in his heart. Now, it was as if he'd found a vent. "I've heard of this matter as well. I was wondering why a direct descendant of the Duan clan would attend the third prince's banquet. So it turns out that he's already taken the initiative to leave the Duan clan. Brother Lingtian, what courage!" A blue-clothed youth that sat across from Su Lan narrowed his eyes into a line. Although he addressed Duan Lingtian as a brother, the ridicule within his words was something that anyone present could discern. The deeds of Duan Lingtian had recently given rise to much discussion in the imperial city, and all the young geniuses present had more or less heard of it. If Duan Lingtian was still a direct descendant of the Duan clan, they might be somewhat fearful of him. However, Duan Lingtian refused to return to the Duan clan. Without the support of the Duan clan, even if his natural talent was strong, even if he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18, so what? The Crimson Sky Kingdom never lacked geniuses. Chapter 164. Princess Bai Yao gazed at Duan Lingtian. Her clear eyes that were like water were incomparably calm when Duan Lingtian had just appeared, but now traces of ripples had appeared within them. This youth was completely different from the people she usually saw. Now, when faced with the mockery and ridicule of others, he was still able to stay out of it and remain indifferent. It was difficult to imagine that a youth would actually have such terrifying mental fortitude. "Young Master Duan, Bai Yao has heard of your deeds since long ago, and I admire you greatly in my heart. Bai Yao uses tea as wine to toast you." Finally, Princess Bai Yao spoke, and her voice that was like a silver bell suppressed the mockery and ridicule of the crowd of young geniuses towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered. He was able to discern that this Princess Bai Yao was helping him. Now even the host, the third prince, was watching coldly from the sidelines and didn't speak. This Princess Bai Yao is really pure. Being able to stay true to herself in the scheming and deceitful imperial family is hard to come by. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Then he picked up his wine cup and nodded to Princess Bai Yao. Downing the wine in the cup in one gulp, he laughed heartily. "I've long since heard that Princess Bai Yao is the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Now that I've met you today, your reputation is well deserved. I wonder who has the fortune of marrying Princess Bai Yao as his wife in the future. It would absolutely be that person's good fortune accumulated from 3 lifetimes. Young Master Duan must be joking." Even though Princess Bai Yao was used to hearing flattery, she couldn't help but blush at this moment, and her heartbeat slightly sped up as well, seeing Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao chatting happily as if there was no one there. The jealous gazes of the young geniuses present when they looked at Duan Lingtian deepened by a bit. "Today, I am indebted to everyone for coming to this banquet. Let me toast everyone." The third prince, who'd been silently waiting for the situation to develop, noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right, and he raised his wine cup to break this atmosphere that was filled with sour jealousy. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc. This third prince is really not a simple figure. Right now, he even had some suspicions that the third prince had intentionally been testing him from the moment he had sat in this seat. However, he couldn't figure it out. If the third prince was really testing him, what was the point of him doing this? Gently shaking his head, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it. In any case, he was here to eat and drink for free today. What did other things have to do with him? As long as these people didn't cross the line, he would just treat them as a bunch of mad dogs barking. If he went too far, he was not someone to be trifled with. When he thought up to here, a strand of dense cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's calm eyes. During the banquet, most of the young geniuses present were trying to strike up a conversation with Princess Biao. Perhaps, in their opinion, if they were able to embrace this beauty, they would be able to achieve a meteoric rise and soar into the heavens. After all, Princess Biao was the emperor's most beloved daughter. If he could become the emperor's son-in-law, it would mean that he could save 30 years of hard work. Only Duan Lingtian continued to drink and eat. In his eyes, the pretentiousness of a group of young talents was no different from a monkey show. The surprise in the third prince's eyes was even greater. He discovered that this Duan Lingtian was even more unfathomable than he had imagined. He originally thought that even if a mere youth had a high natural talent in the martial Tao, he was still inexperienced and could be made use of. However, at this moment, he instead realized that the youth's wisdom surpassed any of the young geniuses he'd invited. Even he was somewhat unable to see through this youth. He suddenly felt that if he wanted to control this youth, it was practically impossible. "Brother Ling Tian," the third prince suddenly spoke. A wise light flashed within his eyes. As soon as the third prince spoke, the building at the center of the lake became completely silent. Even the group of young talents that were displaying their elegance in front of Princess Biao had now restrained themselves. Their gazes once again descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian originally thought that he would be able to eat and drink in peace, then leave without a care in the world. But now, when he noticed the trace of a smile on the corners of the third prince's mouth, his heart jolted as he suddenly had an ominous premonition. As expected, the third prince looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. "Speaking of which, this sister of mine has now reached the age of marriage. The person she admires the most in her life is your father, Duan Rafeng, the peerless genius whose name spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the past. She even took him to be her idol. She even once boasted that if she were to marry in this lifetime, she would surely marry a figure that was as outstanding as Duan Rafeng. In my opinion, the elegance that Brother Ling Tian has displayed now surpasses your father's in the past." The third prince's words seemed to have a hidden meaning, and he glanced ambiguously at Duan Lingtian. "Third brother, what nonsense are you talking about?" Princess Biao's beautiful face rose, and she was completely stunned. When did she say something like this? In next to no time, she noticed. The gazes that all the young talents present looked at Duan Lingtian now seemed to contain a sense of hostility. The intelligent her understood her third brother's intentions at the first possible moment. She was slightly enraged in her heart, but in the end, due to their sibling relationship, she didn't expose it in the end. When she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her with a puzzled expression, the corners of her mouth curled into a bitter smile, and she lightly shook her head. When Duan Lingtian looked at Princess Biao, he saw the innocence in Princess Biao's eyes, and at the same time he felt Princess Biao's helplessness. In an instant, he understood the third prince's intentions. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Is this third prince so amiable and easy to get along with? For the first time, A trace of disgust arose in his heart towards the third prince. However, he didn't expose it, as he wasn't the slightest bit afraid of the gazes of jealousy and hatred that descended onto him. He looked at the third prince and lightly smiled. If it's like this, then I hope third prince can slightly grant me and your sister's wish, and allow me to accompany her for a stroll around this lake. How about it? The third prince's expression froze. Never had he imagined that this Duan Lingtian's face would be so thick to actually take advantage of the situation, just when he was slightly at a loss for words. Duan Lingtian, who do you think you are, actually daring to be so presumptuous in front of the third prince? Su Lan's face went grim as he shouted in a low voice, as if he wanted to be in the limelight in front of the third prince and Princess Biao. You're called Su Lan, right? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and his gaze descended onto Su Lan as he asked indifferently, That's right, I'm Su Lan. Su Lan raised his head with an arrogant expression. Su Lan, who do you think I am? But I wonder who you are? I'm talking to the third prince, and the third prince hasn't even opened his mouth, yet you've already seized the limelight. Looks like you completely don't place the third prince in your eyes. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of an evil smile, and his voice gradually became louder. As he finished speaking, he was imposing and awe-inspiring. Instantly, Su Lan was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale. Third prince, I didn't mean it that way. Su Lan looked at the third prince and hurriedly explained, and it was simply as if he was trying to hide something. The third prince glanced at Su Lan, and within his calm gaze was a trace of displeasure mixed within. But he quickly recovered his amiable and approachable appearance. Duan Lingtian became vigilant. This third prince was simply a smiling tiger. This kind of person was extremely terrifying. Their words were honey-mouthed, and their hearts were filled with daggers. Brother Lingtian, I naturally have no objections to what you said. The third prince slowly spoke. When Princess Biao heard what the third prince said, her heartbeat abruptly sped up, and she secretly glanced at Duan Lingtian as a wisp of crimson appeared on her beautiful face. Do I really want to tour the lake with him? However, the gaze Duan Lingtian looked at the third prince didn't change from the beginning until the end, because he discerned from the third prince's gaze that it was impossible for the third prince to agree so readily. As expected, the third prince's gaze then descended onto the other young geniuses present. But in this way, it would be slightly unfair to everyone present. In this way, in Cloud Continent, the strong are respected, and most of the young geniuses present are first-rate figures at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Brother Lingtian, if you're able to defeat them and make them wholeheartedly convinced, I presume they wouldn't have any objections. Everyone, what do all of you think? The third prince's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian for a moment before moving onto the group of people present. Third prince is wise. Exactly. Instantly, all the young geniuses rubbed their palms together, seeming as if they wanted to show off in front of the third prince and Princess Biao. Third prince, although we're all at the 9th level of the core formation stage like Duan Lingtian, he has a grade 7 spirit weapon after all. If he were to rely on the might of his spirit weapon, it would seem to be slightly unfair. A few astute people couldn't help but speak out. It was widely rumored that the reason Duan Lingtian was able to kill Duan Lingxing, who was at the same cultivation level as him, was because of the grade 7 spirit weapon in his possession. This point wasn't a secret within the imperial city. Noticing the third prince looking over, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Then I won't use a spirit weapon. Brother Lingtian is straightforward as expected. Then it's like this. Those who compete with Brother Lingtian are not allowed to use any external strength. The third prince laughed heartily, and a trace of a scheming light flashed within his eyes. Everyone present, including him, didn't think that after Duan Lingtian lost his grade 7 spirit weapon, he would still be able to firmly suppress other 9th level core formation martial artists. Normally speaking, when martial artists of the same cultivation level battle, their strength would be the same. The only difference was the martial skill level. Only with a high martial skill level would one be able to gain the upper hand. Now, the group of young geniuses he invited were practically all genius martial artists between the ages of 20 and 25, and had cultivated martial skills for many years. In terms of martial skills, they weren't inferior to Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Third brother. Princess Biao had been enduring since the beginning, but now, when she saw Duan Lingtian become the public enemy of the young geniuses present under the third prince's deliberate guidance, she was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she couldn't help but speak out. Her patience had reached its limit. Biao, don't worry, it's only a spar. Your sweetheart will be fine. The third prince lightly smiled, and as he finished speaking, he intentionally emphasized his tone. The expressions of the young geniuses present went grim when they heard this. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.